What can I do for you today?
We're hoping you can talk some sense into ID Pruitt.
Ain't too many people ever had much success doing that.
We'd like you to try.
And what would the reason be?
His self-preservation. He needs to stop shooting up my clubs.
Clubs? What kind of clubs? Bridge clubs? 'Cause I belong to the Greater Tampa Rotary Club myself, and I don't recall ever seeing you.
I come here to do a piece of business with you. You want to play fucking games?
Is that what I want to do?
Look, you're the Grand Wizard of the Ku Klux Klan around here. Congratulations. But do you think that we got where we are by letting some inbred shitpickers muscle us?
If that's who you think we are, you're making a fatal miscalculation, son. 'Cause we're clerks and bankers and police officers and deputies and, hell, we even got a judge. And if you're dumb enough to fight us, we're gonna rain bloody hellfire down on you and all you love.
So you're threatening me with people who are more powerful than you?
Exactly.
What the fuck am I talking to you for?
The Second World War left much of Europe, Britain, and the wider world in utter devastation. Global shipping routes were in disarray, and economies were shattered. Victory had been claimed in Europe, and with the catastrophic atomic bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, the Pacific War came to an explosive end. Yet despite the victory, the aftermath was nothing short of chaos. Empires once mighty now lay in ruin, and their broken remnants needed rebuilding. Nations stood economically devastated, while the men who had fought were left physically and mentally shattered, struggling to rebuild their lives. Once wealthy elites now found themselves in financial ruins, desperate to restore their fortunes. Countries sought investment and reconstruction as a new battle loomed, this time for the hearts and minds of the people. Churchill, ever the bulldog, wanted Allied troops to march straight to Moscow, aiming to crush the Soviets before they could rise. However, Franklin D. Roosevelt, in his final days, quashed such ambitions. What remained was a divided Europe, teetering on the edge of a new conflict. Churchill's dream of defeating Russia was shelved, but only for a moment, as a new, ideological war was already brewing. The war on communism, the war on socialism. The seeds of this war were sown in Europe. Churchill himself was ousted in a shocking post-war election, replaced by a socialist government. A seismic event that sent shockwaves through the capitalist West. The ruling elites feared nothing more than the spread of socialism, especially governments sympathetic to the Soviet Union. The United States, sensing the power vacuum left by the crumbling European empires, stepped in to take charge. It was America, now ascendant, that would face off against the Soviet Union, thus igniting the Cold War. A conflict that would topple empires, create new ones, and pull in even the underworld of organized crime, including the Mafia, into its tangled web. In the post-World War II era, organized crime expanded its political influence, driven by mobsters' desire for legitimacy. As part of this effort, they eagerly exploited the rising anti-communist sentiment, using it to deflect attention away from their activities. The Mafia and its political allies weaponized the Red Scare, positioning themselves as staunch defenders of American democracy, while simultaneously ensuring their criminal operations remained untouched. This strategy allowed them to manipulate public fear of communism and shield themselves from scrutiny by law enforcement, journalists, and political rivals. Key to this manipulation was the support of J. Edgar Hoover's FBI. Hoover, who had long been amassing files on suspected radicals since the 1917 Bolshevik Revolution, was less focused on organized crime and more invested in hunting down communists. This was no accident. The Mafia benefited from Hoover's obsession with anti-communism, ensuring that the FBI's attention was diverted from their criminal enterprises. Hoover's FBI, blinded by a fervent anti-communist agenda, indirectly aided the Mafia by not prioritizing investigations into organized crime during the height of the Red Scare. The Mafia's influence on American politics and society surged, cleverly hiding behind the smokescreen of anti-communism. The rise of the Red Scare wasn't just about the fear of Soviet influence, but a carefully orchestrated campaign by organized crime to distract the American public. Mobsters, fearing investigation by J. Edgar Hoover's FBI, capitalized on Cold War paranoia. Hoover, more interested in rooting out communism than tackling organized crime, essentially gave the Mafia free rein while they infiltrated Hollywood, labor unions, and even national politics. Hollywood played a critical role in this Mafia-driven distraction. Key players like John Rosselli, a mobster with deep connections to Hollywood studios, used their power to label certain labor unions as communist sympathizers. Rosselli, working with figures like Columbia Pictures owner Harry Cohn and Hollywood reporter-publisher Billy Wilkerson, spearheaded smear campaigns that led to the infamous Hollywood blacklist. The Mafia's influence in Hollywood wasn't limited to labor disputes. Rosselli, along with Meyer Lansky, partnered with Bugsy Siegel to build the Flamingo Hotel in Las Vegas, further blending entertainment, organized crime, and politics. At the same time that the Red Scare gripped the nation, the Kefauver hearings, designed to expose organized crime, were underway. Yet the Mafia skillfully used anti-communist rhetoric to deflect attention from their illicit operations. Politicians like Richard Nixon and Nevada Senator Pat McCarran, supported by the mob, fanned the flames of McCarthyism, ensuring that the public remained fixated on the threat of communism, while the Mafia's grip on the country strengthened. Meyer Lansky and his associates, including Sam Jenness, were key players in this nexus of organized crime, real estate, and politics. Jenness, a notorious associate of Lansky, controlled Store Properties Inc., a real estate empire that amassed over $200 million worth of property across the United States. Jenness's business partner, Paul Zifrin, a prominent Democratic fundraiser, was later exposed as a front for the Chicago outfit. The scope of their financial influence extended beyond just property. It was about exerting control over industries like Hollywood while gaining political leverage in Washington. RKO Pictures, owned by wealthy investor Floyd Odlum, and powerful Hollywood figures like Samuel Goldwyn, Walt Disney, and Jack Warner, were key backers of the California Committee, a group that used anti-communism to push for a massive military build-up. This committee, cloaked in patriotism, was actually a front for Mafia influence, with figures like Lansky and Jenness quietly controlling the financial and political interest behind the scenes, making sure their criminal empire thrived while the public remained distracted by Cold War fears. The Teamsters Union was another critical part of this Mafia web. The International Brotherhood of Teamsters, which controlled deliveries to Hollywood studios, was heavily infiltrated by the mob. Joseph Schenck, chairman of 20th Century Fox, even hired Rosselli's Teamsters associate to oversee labor relations at the studio, ensuring that the Mafia's influence over labor disputes remained unchallenged. Despite convictions for extortion, Rosselli and his associates continued to operate with impunity, shielded by their political connections and the distraction of the Red Scare. The Mafia's exploitation of the Red Scare to obscure their control over politics, Hollywood, and labor unions was one of the most underappreciated power grabs in American history. By skillfully manipulating public fear of communism, the Mafia kept their criminal empire intact, infiltrating every level of society. The Red Scare was not just a Cold War phenomenon. It was the Mafia's golden opportunity to dominate American industry, politics, and public life, while the FBI and politicians, obsessed with rooting out communism, turned a blind eye to the real threat at home. Meyer Lansky, the so-called mob's accountant, had his fingerprints all over the complex interplay between organized crime, political corruption, and the fervent anti-communism that consumed post-war America. As Richard Nixon's political career took off, it was Lansky's world, the world of shadowy deals, covert influence, and the relentless pursuit of control that played a silent but unmistakable role behind the scenes. Even as Nixon worked with the House Un-American Activities Committee, HUAC, which spearheaded the assault on communist infiltration, the echoes of organized crime and its ties to political power could be felt. The HUAC, particularly through Nixon's theatrics during the Alger Hiss case, was more than just a platform for battling communism. It became a stage for ambitious politicians, mob lawyers, and FBI insiders, all vying for influence. Nixon's ascendancy was not merely about Cold War paranoia. It was fueled by the dark symbiosis between politics and criminal underworlds. The involvement of key figures like Father John Cronin, whose secret pipeline to the FBI provided Nixon with confidential material, was significant. But it wasn't just about communist spies or the FBI's covert assistance. It was about the careful curation of public perception. And who better understand the manipulation of public opinion than someone steeped in the mob's tactics of quiet control? Lansky's vast criminal empire, which had ties to labor unions, gambling operations and bootlegging, had shown how easily money and influence could bend the will of even the most powerful institutions. Nixon, working with mob-connected political advisor Murray Chotiner, ran a brutal campaign against Helen Gahagan Douglas, branding her the Pink Lady. It was the underhanded tactics of Chotiner, a man with deep ties to the mob, which brought Nixon the Senate seat in 1950. The fingerprints of organized crime were all over this win, from the money that changed hands to the smear campaigns that echoed classic Mafia tactics. McCarthyism, led by Senator Joe McCarthy, was another chapter in this saga of collusion between crime, politics, and paranoia. McCarthy's relentless pursuit of supposed communists, backed by the FBI and influential anti-communist figures like Father Walsh, was fed by a network of dubious individuals with vested interests in distracting the public from their own shady dealings. Figures like Louis Rosenstiel, a former bootlegger turned liquor magnate, had close ties to both the mob and the FBI. His donations and influence, including his ties to Hoover's FBI, further blurred the lines between law enforcement, business, and organized crime. Rosenstiel's wife, Susan, later exposed the connections between her husband and some of the most powerful names in organized crime: Meyer Lansky, Frank Costello, and others. Susan sat quietly for a moment before beginning, her voice calm but carrying the weight of years of hidden truths. In the early 1950s, Hoover was a regular visitor at our home. My husband, Louis Rosenstiel, had ties with people like Meyer Lansky, a former bootlegger. "I found out early in the marriage that my husband was bisexual," she said, her tone matter-of-fact. "He was involved with Roy Cohn, the assistant counsel to Senator McCarthy. Roy used to come around with a little boyfriend and they'd squeeze each other." She hesitated briefly, as if still trying to process it after all these years. "I should have seen it then, that he was a gay boy." One particular night stood out in Susan's memory. One day, Louis said, "We're going to the Plaza Hotel tonight, and Roy Cohn will be there." He told me, "You'll be very surprised at what you see." I didn't have much to say. I just said, "All right, I'll go." She adjusted her seat, as though reliving the tension from that evening. When we got to the plaza, Louis insisted we enter by a side door. We went up in the elevator to either the second or third floor. There was a sign on the door that said, "Do not disturb." We knocked, and Roy Cohn opened the door. We walked in, and that's when I saw him, a man sitting there dressed as a woman. Roy introduced him to me, saying, "I'd like you to meet Mary." Susan's voice lowered slightly, as if revealing a secret. But I knew it wasn't Mary. He looked just like J. Edgar Hoover. In fact, I'm sure it was Hoover. He was solid-looking, with a bit of growth on his face. He was dressed in a short black chiffon dress, with ruffles, black lace stockings, high heels, a black curly wig, and false eyelashes. He was sitting there, legs crossed. The journalist asked cautiously, "Wait a minute, you're saying it looked like J. Edgar Hoover? Or you're saying it was J. Edgar Hoover?" "It was clearly J. Edgar Hoover," Susan replied, with no hesitation in her voice. "Do I have any doubt about that? Absolutely not." Lansky's influence from Havana to Miami was a testament to how deeply entrenched the Mafia was in American political and economic life. The Fontainebleau Hotel in Miami Beach, where mobsters gathered under the guise of legitimate business, was a physical symbol of the underworld's reach. In the shadowy corners of upscale hotels and renowned restaurants like Joe's Stone Crab, power players of a bygone era, men like Russell Bufalino, Carlo Gambino, Sam Giancana, Johnny Roselli, Carlos Marcello would rub shoulders with CIA agents, third-party contractors, Cuban exiles, and the enigmatic David Ferry. Jack Ruby, always lurking in the periphery, was another key player in these clandestine meetings, their ultimate aim, overthrowing Fidel Castro. Ferry, Marcello's personal pilot, and Ruby were often relegated to waiting outside while the big shots deliberated. Ferry and Marcello weren't strangers to each other either. In fact, Marcello and Santo Traficante Jr. were likely to have flown together to such meetings. Santo's eventual release from a Cuban prison was orchestrated by Marcello, with Ruby being the allocated bagman, proof of how deep their connections ran. As Castro tightened his grip on Cuba, the CIA and naval intelligence leaned heavily on organized crime. The Mafia, with its tendrils spreading from the US into Cuba, the Bahamas, South America and Brazil, had evolved into a powerful international syndicate. It was no longer just the American Mafia, it was a global network. This partnership, born during Lucky Luciano's imprisonment, laid the groundwork for the continued collaboration between naval intelligence, the CIA, and organized crime, shaping the geopolitical landscape as the world rapidly changed. As Nixon continued his political rise, figures like Louis Nichols, a former FBI insider, became crucial allies, using their law enforcement backgrounds to shield mob-tied individuals from scrutiny. Nichols' work with Rosenstiel, defending him against accusations of mob ties, was emblematic of the era. Corruption and organized crime weren't just tolerated, they were part of the system. And Nixon's reliance on these shadowy figures became even more evident as he navigated his career. Roy Cohn, perhaps the most notorious example of the union between anti-communism and the Mafia, worked closely with both McCarthy and Lansky's network. As McCarthy's legal counsel, Cohn's aggressive tactics mirrored those of the mobsters he would later represent. His association with mob figures like Anthony Fat Tony Salerno and Carmine Galante, alongside his connection to Lansky's sphere of influence, demonstrated how deeply intertwined politics and organized crime had become. It was no coincidence that Cohn, a lawyer for mobsters, also represented Nixon allies, further deepening the links between corruption, crime, and political ambition. Nixon's own entanglement with this world was unmistakable, from his connections to mob-linked lawyers like Cohn to his use of dirty tactics in his campaigns. Behind the anti-communist rhetoric and the Cold War fear-mongering, Lansky's shadow loomed large, representing the marriage of organized crime and political power that defined much of mid-20th century America. This web of corruption, secrecy, and manipulation, while hidden behind a veil of patriotism and anti-communism, was as much a product of Lansky's influence as it was of Nixon's ambitions. US criminals began targeting Caribbean nations for exploitation as early as the mid-19th century, following the surge of New York and Boston. Investors, who were developing sugarcane and fruit plantations in the region. Alongside these legitimate business ventures, US organized crime syndicates moved in, establishing footholds in places like Guatemala and Honduras, through their control of the New Orleans docks. These crime groups forged connections with the burgeoning banana companies, infiltrating the drug trade and expanding their influence into gambling operations. In Mexico, they built a stronghold in gambling and narcotics, especially during the 1940s. In the 50s as well as the 60s, the New Orleans crime families, led by Carlos Marcello, played a key role in the Guatemala and Honduras operations. As Marcello anticipated the possibility of deportation, he sought out safe havens, with Guatemala emerging as a strong option. Cuba, once a potential refuge, was off the table due to Castro's control, but Guatemala, along with Honduras, presented promising alternatives. One of the most infamous cases of organized crime flourishing in the Caribbean came in Cuba, where under the protection of General Fulgencio Batista, North American mobsters like Meyer Lansky and Santo Traficante Sr. and later Jr. grew wealthy from controlling casino gambling, luxury hotels, and nightclubs. These activities continued until Fidel Castro's revolution ousted Batista and expelled the mobsters from the island. Long before the surge of interest in transnational crime during the 1990s, which saw criminal networks crossing borders and leveraging globalization to amass power, these criminal enterprises thrived by forming mutually beneficial relationships with governments. This history demonstrates that organized crime did not simply prey on weak states, but instead often developed reciprocal relationships with state institutions, public officials, and politicians. North American mobsters often bought protection from politicians and law enforcement, a strategy they had refined back home. With suitcases of cash and favors, they secured gambling licenses and other lucrative concessions, ensuring their dominance in competition with rivals. In return for protection, these criminals offered their expertise in violence, bribery, and corruption, along with their understanding of local institutions. Intelligence agencies, like the CIA, sometimes saw value in enlisting these criminal networks for their own purposes. For instance, after World War II, the CIA recruited the Corsican Mafia to break the control of communist-influenced unions on the Marseille docks. Over the following decades, the agency armed opium traffickers in Southeast Asia and Afghanistan as part of broader efforts to combat communism, indirectly contributing to the rise of drug cartels in Latin America as a result of their support for the Nicaraguan Contras in the 1980s. Foreign governments have used similar tactics on U.S. soil. In 1976, the Chilean military junta hired a group of drug-trafficking neo-fascists to orchestrate the assassination of a prominent political exile in Washington, D.C., using the very methods, violence, bribery, and illicit ties to power that had long defined organized crime's influence both at home and abroad. For nearly 2 decades, Fulgencio Batista and Meyer Lansky shared an unspoken enigmatic alliance, quietly shaping the landscape of Cuban tourism and its underworld dealings. Their relationship was born from a simple but powerful gesture. A cash bribe delivered to Batista by Lansky and his associate, Doc Stacher. This gesture sparked a partnership that, despite years of political upheaval, global depression and war, refused to die. The original dream, a casino empire on the sun-soaked shores of Havana. And now, with the war over and pockets full once again, it was time for that dream to rise from the ashes. The mob's conference at the Hotel Nacional was a clarion call. American gangsters were ready to invest, and Batista was their key. For Lansky and Batista, their bond was almost supernatural. No photos, no signed documents, no overt meetings. Yet, they knew precisely what the other needed, working in sync to build their fortunes from the shadows. Together, they became the unseen architects of the Havana mob, enriching themselves through a partnership that flourished without them ever needing to stand side by side in public. Batista's early life couldn't have contrasted more with his later ascent. Raised in the shadow of United Fruit's dominance over Cuba, Batista grew up in Baines, a town practically built by the American conglomerate. His father, a cane cutter, endured brutal, exploitative work under the searing sun, and young Fulgencio had to abandon school by age 8 to help. It was a life defined by backbreaking labor, foreign control, and a lingering sense of inferiority towards the United States. An inferiority that would later push Batista to align himself with American corporations and mobsters like Lansky. While Lansky dreamed of being seen as a legitimate businessman, resenting how figures like Rockefeller or Joseph P. Kennedy were revered while he remained a shadowy figure, Batista harbored his own complex desires. Born of mixed-race heritage, his beauty was legendary, earning him the nickname El Mulato Lindo in his early days, though he despised its implications. Batista's androgynous good looks masked a steely resolve. Despite his appearance, he was no fragile figure. He joined the military, and with cunning, charisma, and a knack for knowing when to pull the right strings, he climbed to the top of Cuba's power structure. By his early 30s, Batista had emerged as the ultimate power broker, leading the Cuban military after the revolt of 1933. Though presidents came and went, they all danced to Batista's tune, and in 1940 he stepped into the presidency himself. Cuba remained a country caught between dictatorship and democracy, and Batista styled himself as a benevolent dictator, maintaining order through a blend of repression and bribery. His genius was in playing both sides, promoting education and social reform on one hand, while tolerating corruption and political violence on the other. Batista's connection with Lansky wasn't just financial, it was ideological. Both men saw opportunity where others saw chaos. They recognized that the post-war boom in tourism would create a goldmine for casinos, and Lansky needed Batista back in power to make it happen. While Batista spent time in quiet exile in Florida, he maintained his ambition. Lansky's Colonial Inn became a frequent haunt for Batista, where he cut a sharp figure in his white suits, quietly building his case for a political comeback. By the late 1940s, Batista was ready to return, announcing his intent to run for senator, a calculated first step back to the Cuban throne. His exile had been leisurely, but Lansky's influence and Cuba's emerging tourism potential pulled him back into the political spotlight. Both men understood that the stakes were higher than ever. They weren't just building casinos. They were building an empire, with themselves at the center of it all, poised to dominate the new Havana. Together, Batista and Lansky embodied the strange dance of power, money, and influence that defined mid-century Cuba. One man had risen from the sugarcane fields to the halls of power, while the other, born in the Lower East Side, transformed from a streetwise hustler into an empire builder. Their fates intertwined, their fortunes made, all behind the scenes, while Havana's glittering casinos and lavish hotels became the face of their silent pact. In the end, their story was one of ambition, corruption, and an underworld tango that helped shape the course of Cuban history. When Meyer Lansky and his wife Teddy tied the knot in Havana in December 1948, Fulgencio Batista had quietly been back in the political arena for several months. Though he had his eyes set on the presidency, Cuban law stood in his way. He couldn't run for the top office again until he'd first served a term in a lower position. So, Batista settled into his new role as senator for Las Villas, a rural province, while biding his time. His duties were minimal, giving him the space to lay low at Cuquina, his sprawling estate on the outskirts of Havana, and plot his eventual return to power. The goal was simple: reclaim the presidency, and with Lansky's help, finally transform Havana into the glittering Monte Carlo of the Caribbean. However, the years leading up to his presidential eligibility were anything but quiet. Cuba remained mired in its endless cycle of corruption, financial instability, and political violence. And now a new scourge had entered the scene: gangsterismo, or gangsterism. The 1940 Constitution had weakened the military's stranglehold on the country, and in the resulting power vacuum, political factions formed their own armed gangs. What had once been the sole domain of the military now devolved into chaos, with rival groups fighting for control. It was an era of random violence, paranoia, and assassinations. As Max Lesnick, a student leader and founding member of the Orthodoxo Party, recalled, "Violence became a common tool of the political process. The group with the most guns had the most influence. Political operatives, student activists, and union leaders armed themselves, sparking gang warfare across the island. President Carlos Prio attempted to stem the tide by paying gang leaders at the University of Havana to turn in their weapons. The plan backfired, leading to even more brazen gangster activity. As tensions rose, certain young men emerged from this storm as either feared criminals or budding political figures. Among them was a 22-year-old law student named Fidel Castro, who quickly made a name for himself, though not always for the right reasons. Castro's notoriety reached new heights in June 1948, when he was accused of murdering a police sergeant. The sergeant allegedly named Castro as his killer before succumbing to his wounds. But the witness who had supported the claim later recanted, admitting he had been bribed by police. Though the charges were dropped, Castro had already developed a reputation as a political firebrand, known for carrying a Browning pistol and engaging in violent confrontations with rival gangs. Despite his brash behavior, Castro was clearly a rising star, especially among Havana's student activists. He soon gravitated toward the Orthodoxo Party, approaching Max Lesnick with the ambition of joining its youth committee. When Lesnick told him that no member of the committee could carry a weapon, Castro replied, "I won't carry it anymore." He then took a public stand against the gangsterism that had plagued Cuban politics, delivering a fiery speech denouncing the corrupt pact between President Prio and the gangs. As his enemies gathered outside the university, Castro was whisked to safety by Lesnick, marking what Lesnick called Castro's first revolutionary act. Batista, always on the lookout for potential allies or threats, took note of Castro's rise. Through a family connection, he arranged a meeting with the young law student at his Cuquín estate. The two men met in a room adorned with mementos of Batista's career, including a bust of Abraham Lincoln and a golden telephone gifted to him by IT&T. Accounts of the meeting vary. Some suggest Batista simply wanted to size Castro up, while others claim Castro offered to support Batista in a coup against President Prio, hoping to sow discord. Either way, Batista remained non-committal, and the meeting ended without any clear resolution. Little did Batista know, the man he had just met would become his most dangerous enemy, and the ultimate threat to the empire he and Lansky were trying to build. While Batista laid low, gangsterism raged on, shaping the volatile political landscape that would eventually catapult Castro to prominence. The seeds of rebellion were already sown, and Batista's plan to quietly bide his time before returning to power would soon face an unstoppable force in the form of Fidel Castro, who was preparing to change the course of Cuban history forever. In the early 1950s, Meyer Lansky was expanding his gambling empire in Cuba on a scale far larger than before the war. Lansky maintained close contact with his exiled friend, Fulgencio Batista, who was residing in Florida, and with Carlos Prio Socarrás, the Cuban president who had succeeded Ramón Grau San Martín in 1948. Prio, a Batista loyalist, also fell under Lansky's influence. A glimpse into the level of bribery at play was reflected in Prio's lavish mansion, built for $2,000, despite his official salary being only $25,000 per year. Lansky didn't mind the cost, but he firmly believed that Batista needed to return to Cuba and regain control to avoid the island falling into political and economic turmoil, which could jeopardize their gambling ventures. Acting as a discreet kingmaker, Lansky shuttled between Florida and Cuba, smoothing Batista's path back to power by greasing the palms of Cuban officials with considerable sums of money. Initially, Prio resisted the idea of Batista's return, but hefty deposits to his Swiss bank account shifted his stance. Eventually, Lansky's efforts bore fruit, and Batista made a triumphant return to Havana. American naval intelligence had a close eye on Lansky's role in Cuba's political landscape, and according to Doc Stacher, high-ranking government officials held lengthy discussions with Lansky, just as they had during World War II. Lansky was acutely aware of the pressure he was under, but he persistently advised Batista against repeating his earlier mistakes, particularly his previous dalliance with the Communist Party. Stacher once remarked, "Meyer was fiercely anti-communist, and always had been. The American government didn't need to push him in that direction." All the way up until his death, Lansky remained tight-lipped about the exact political role he played in Cuba, but it's clear that while Batista wanted to act sooner, Lansky urged caution. He recommended waiting until the 1952 elections. However, as the election neared, it became apparent that Batista's rivals were leading in the polls. Sensing impending trouble, Batista warned Lansky to stay off the island for a while, and on March 10, 1952, Batista made his move. With a small group of bodyguards and loyal followers, he seized control of Havana in a coup. The Cuban army, whose senior officers still remembered Batista's generosity from his previous rule, quickly rallied behind him. President Prio Socarrás offered no meaningful resistance, and with Batista firmly in power, Lansky set his grand plans into motion. Lansky's blueprint for Cuba was nothing short of visionary. Instead of merely opening small, thriving casinos, he envisioned opulent, sprawling hotel complexes that would rival those in Las Vegas, like the ones he and Bugsy Siegel had built. These hotels would offer world-class dining, top-tier entertainment, and luxury accommodations, creating an unrivaled gambling paradise. True to the maxim, "It's better to spend other people's money than your own," Lansky convinced Batista to have the Cuban government help finance the ambitious project. Batista, lured by promises of a substantial share of the profits, readily complied, pushing through legislation that facilitated Lansky's dream. The Cuban government agreed to match every dollar invested by foreigners, provided it was over $1 million, and granted coveted gambling licenses to these hotels. The fees for these licenses were minimal, and the casino hotels were exempt from Cuban taxes. Import duties on expensive materials were waived, and visas were issued to American personnel needed to run the casinos, who were also exempt from local taxes. Soon, Havana's coastline became a hub of frenzied construction as luxury hotels rose at an astonishing pace. But there was still unemployment on the island, Lansky told Uri Dan. "I decided to do something about it. I brought in Sammy Bratt, who worked for me in the United States, to set up a casino school at our Montmartre club in Havana. It was a working casino, but we trained hundreds of young Cubans to become skilled blackjack and roulette dealers, as well as other gaming operators. We also taught them the basics of hotel management. It was difficult because many of them were uneducated, and it would have been easier to bring in Americans, but I ran it as a social experiment." Lansky's old associates reaped the rewards of their loyalty. Men like Mo Dalitz, once part of the Cleveland Syndicate during the Prohibition era, were invited to invest in the burgeoning Cuban enterprise. However, when outsiders like Santos Traficante from Tampa, Florida, attempted to set up their own operations, they were rebuffed. Batista himself told Traficante, "You need approval from the little man before you can get a license on this island." Lansky's long-standing animosity towards Traficante stemmed from an earlier attempt by the latter to muscle into Lansky's territory in Miami. The tension between the syndicates, particularly between Meyer Lansky and the Traficante family, was managed by men like Russell Bufalino and Carlos Marcello. As Lansky's operations in Miami and Florida came under increased scrutiny, he needed more funds to invest overseas. Teaming up with Santo Trafficante, the Southern Mafia, and others aligned with his interests. However, the situation became complicated with Fulgencio Batista, who only dealt directly with Lansky. Trafficante, on the other hand, had ambitions of claiming Cuba as his own. Backed by the majority of the Italian Mafia, he knew that most of the money generated in Cuba was going through Lansky. Seeking to secure his own influence, Trafficante began supporting Fidel Castro by engaging in arms and weapons trafficking. He used men from Carlos Marcello's organization, as well as members of the Chicago outfit, to supply Castro with weapons. By 1960, when Castro's revolution gained momentum, every major mobster fled Cuba, including Russell Bufalino and Meyer Lansky. But one man, Santo Trafficante, remained behind. Believing his alliance with Castro was strong enough to protect him, Trafficante stayed, only to find himself arrested by Castro's forces. At this point, Trafficante realized his situation had changed dramatically. His decision to support Castro, which he thought would secure his position, backfired. Jack Ruby was reportedly sent to free him, but the damage was done. Trafficante's role in supporting Castro became a significant point of contention, putting his position in the world of organized crime on the line throughout the 1960s. Lansky entrusted his brother, Jacques Lansky, with the job of pit boss at the prestigious Hotel Nacional, overseeing operations and ensuring profits were accurately reported. Sam Tucker, an old friend who had managed the Beverly Hills Club, was appointed as the hotel's manager. Alongside their control of the National, Lansky and his associates held stakes in the Sevilla Biltmore and the Havana Hilton. For himself, Lansky financed the construction of the massive Riviera Hotel, costing $18 million. Despite putting up much of the money, Lansky's name never appeared on any official ownership documents. Meyer had a strange sense of humor, Doc Stacker once recalled. He rarely laughed, but one of the few jokes I ever heard him make was when he referred to himself as the kitchen manager of the Riviera. He even listed it on the payroll and reported it to the IRS as his primary source of income. We used to tease him about it, asking, "What's on the menu today, Cookie?" And he would smile a little. To keep things running smoothly, Lansky brought in seasoned professionals like Eddie Levinson, who had managed the Sands and Fremont casinos in Las Vegas, and Irving Nig Devine, who had operated casinos for Lansky in Miami Beach and Las Vegas. Herman Stark, another old friend from Lansky's early New York days, also joined the operation. Soon, charter flights brought high-stakes gamblers from across the United States to Havana, while Batista and his brother-in-law, Roberto Fernandez I. Miranda, continued to receive their share of the profits. The majority of Cubans saw little of the wealth that flooded into the country. Lansky had always wanted his children to experience a normal American upbringing, but his son Buddy happily followed in his father's footsteps, working in various roles across hotels in Florida, Nevada, and Cuba. Some of Lansky's associates were surprised to see his son holding relatively low-level positions like a switchboard operator. But those who knew better realized that running the switchboard at a major hotel was a job of considerable influence and importance in Lansky's world. At this moment in time, Meyer Lansky stood as an unrivaled powerhouse in the world of organized crime, with his influence extending well beyond the borders of the United States. His sharp intellect and strategic foresight had convinced numerous investors to pour vast sums of money into Havana, Cuba, transforming the island into a glittering hub of gambling and entertainment. Among those involved were prominent figures in organized crime, including Charlie "Lucky" Luciano, who held a stake in the prestigious Hotel Nacional alongside other powerful mobsters. The Trafficante crime family, notorious for its operations in Florida, also had interests in Havana's flourishing casino scene. What set Lansky apart, however, was not only his immense power, but also his reputation for honesty, integrity, and a steadfast refusal to engage in narcotics trafficking. Unlike many in his line of work, Lansky chose to focus on gambling, entertainment, and the hospitality industry. He spearheaded a wave of investment in casinos, hotels, and resorts in Cuba and beyond, all while maintaining a legitimate front. His operations were seen as clean, and this helped shield him from the kind of law enforcement scrutiny that plagued other mob bosses involved in more illicit ventures. This strategic shift came at a critical moment for the American Mafia. By the late 1940s, organized crime was increasingly under the microscope. Frank Costello, another powerful mob figure, made headlines when he appeared on the cover of Time magazine in November 1949, bringing national attention to his operations in Hot Springs, Arkansas, and Miami. Costello, a key figure in orchestrating alliances between Italian, Irish, and Jewish crime families, had played a crucial role in expanding the Mafia's influence across the US. But with this newfound spotlight came increased pressure from law enforcement and the media. The scrutiny on organized crime was escalating, especially around their involvement in gambling, which was both lucrative and highly controversial. The Mafia had initially broken new ground by persuading politicians, local communities, and even US senators that legalized gambling, particularly casinos, would bring prosperity and economic growth. This was especially true in Havana, where Lansky and his associates successfully convinced Cuban leaders that casinos would transform the island into a glamorous destination for wealthy tourists and gamblers. Once the financial potential became clear, local authorities and politicians began to cooperate, and the Mafia found themselves in an ideal position to exploit the booming casino business. However, success came with a price. As casinos became more lucrative, the very men who had orchestrated these operations, mob bosses and their trusted associates, became the subject of intense government scrutiny. The spotlight was now on their past criminal activities and their involvement in other illicit industries, from racketeering to narcotics. It was no longer possible to operate with the same degree of anonymity they once enjoyed. To counter this growing pressure, the Mafia bosses took steps to distance themselves from direct involvement in their casino enterprises. They appointed front men, legitimate businessmen or trusted allies to manage the day-to-day operations of their gambling establishments, while they continued to control everything from behind the scenes. By the 1950s, this shift in strategy became crucial for maintaining their influence over the casino industry without drawing too much attention. In Havana, Lansky's vision for casino-driven tourism was thriving. His influence extended beyond Cuba to places like Miami, where he and his associates continued to build a formidable gambling empire. The Mafia's operations weren't limited to Cuba and the United States, however. The Bahamas and other parts of the Caribbean soon became new frontiers for organized crime, offering similar opportunities for growth. In particular, the British, whose empire was in decline, began to look favorably upon the financial prospects that came with partnering with American mobsters. British-controlled territories, now seeking new sources of revenue, allowed Lansky and other mobsters to invest in building luxurious hotels, resorts, and casinos. In these overseas territories, organized crime played a critical role in stimulating local economies through massive investments in tourism infrastructure. With the Mafia's backing, these regions became popular destinations for high-stakes gamblers and wealthy tourists. The combination of relaxed gambling laws, political cooperation, and Lansky's keen business acumen allowed organized crime to operate casinos without much interference. However, as the 1950s came to a close, the challenges grew. The public was becoming increasingly aware of the Mafia's involvement in the casino industry, and authorities were beginning to crack down on the very same operations they had once turned a blind eye to. Organized crime, now a global force in the gambling world, had to constantly adapt to new pressures, whether from law enforcement, political shifts, or competition from rival mob families. Meyer Lansky's legacy in the world of gambling, particularly in Havana and Miami, was one of innovation, influence, and ruthless control. He had transformed Cuba into a gambling paradise, but his ability to stay ahead of law enforcement and avoid direct involvement in more nefarious criminal activities was what truly distinguished him. By positioning himself as a legitimate businessman and a master of strategic alliances, Lansky ensured that organized crime remained a powerful force in the casino world, both at home and abroad, long after his contemporaries had fallen under government scrutiny. Shortly before 1950, Meyer Lansky traveled to Italy to visit his old friend, Charlie Luciano. During their meeting, Lansky painted a vivid picture of the shifting landscape in America. He informed Luciano that Vito Genovese had been released and was now parading through his territories, acting as though he was already in charge. Genovese, ever ambitious, was bound to clash with Costello's men. Lansky also revealed that Genovese was quietly forging a partnership with Carlo Gambino. Both men were trying to keep their alliance under wraps, but it was only a matter of time before they made their move for total control. Luciano, no stranger to plotting and scheming, respected Gambino and was wary of Genovese's intentions. The last thing he wanted was for someone like Genovese to gain control of his family. He instructed Lansky to send a clear message to Gambino: "Keep your head down, don't rock the boat, and bide your time." Luciano even hinted that in 10 to 15 years he would fully support Gambino's rise to the top, but now was not the time. Lansky delivered the message, setting the stage for a stronger alliance between him and Gambino. Both men began to do more business together, growing closer as they realized the power of their combined influence. Gambino's network was further solidified through his strong ties with Tommy Lucchese, another man fiercely loyal to Luciano. Meanwhile, Lansky maintained tight connections with Mike Miranda, a key figure in the Genovese family. Lansky and Miranda's partnership stretched back to the days of Prohibition, with both men crisscrossing America to gather support for the Atlantic City Convention in 1929. Their shared history spanned at least 2 decades by the time the 1950s rolled around, and Miranda's deep respect for Lansky only strengthened Lansky's standing in New York's criminal underworld. Despite not being a formal boss, Lansky was seen as a ruler of the Jewish Mafia, commanding the respect of major figures like Paul Ricca and Tony Accardo in Chicago. Lansky's influence extended far beyond New York. In Chicago, he opened the doors for the outfit to invest in Las Vegas gambling operations, welcoming them into Havana, Cuba as well. Al Capone had been a close friend, so Lansky's position in Chicago was solid. He also allied with the Cuban Mafia and the Corsican Mafia in Havana, allowing them to operate in the casino business and securing Batista's backing. Luciano himself acknowledged that Lansky would never cross or disrespect the Trafficantes, as they were business partners in Miami, Havana, and beyond. Carlos Marcello, the powerful New Orleans boss, respected Lansky through his ties with Costello, Castel, and Luciano. Lansky's reach wasn't limited to organized crime. He teamed up with Russell Bufalino to secure Havana's lucrative casino operations, receiving muscle and financial backing from the Teamsters. Meanwhile, Lansky allowed the Chicago outfit and New Orleans families to partner with Jewish mobsters like Phil Castle, further intertwining organized crime with international ventures. As Lansky's empire grew, he began using New Orleans as a hub for communications with the Corsican and Cuban mafias, forging a vast criminal enterprise that spanned across the US and the world. By the late 1940s, Lansky opened his first bank account in Switzerland, not just for himself, but for Batista and other powerful politicians. During the 1950s, Red Levine played a key role in communicating between Luciano, Lansky, and their organization. As Levine expanded his operations into Miami, Florida, he began taking control of various gambling enterprises, working closely with Meyer Lansky and members of his outfit, including Nick Rosen. His influence and connections ran deep, particularly with Russell Bufalino. In fact, whenever Bufalino or the Buffalo Mob, including Stefano Magaddino, needed to send a message to Charlie Lucky Luciano, they knew they could trust Red Levine to deliver it. The bond between Levine and Bufalino was strong, built on mutual respect and loyalty. Levine was one of the few men who remained consistently loyal to Luciano, never wavering in his support. By 1957, Luciano was well aware that it would be Russell Bufalino and Joe Barbara who would host the infamous Appalachian meeting, a gathering of the nation's top mafia figures. Levine's trusted role in the organization and his unwavering loyalty to Luciano ensured that he remained a crucial part of the communication network that connected key mafia players during that era. Lansky was now working closely with intelligence agencies, including the newly formed CIA. During World War II, he had already collaborated with the Office of Strategic Services, OSS, and now his expertise in international finance made him a valuable asset in keeping tabs on communist activities. The CIA, in turn, used Lansky and his underworld connections to create fraudulent bank accounts abroad to fund covert operations, such as purchasing Kevlar from the Soviets without tipping them off. At this time, Luciano declared Lansky the most powerful mobster in America. Although the federal government's war on organized crime was looming, it hadn't yet reached its full intensity. Sensationalists like Walter Winchell had long reported on the mob's activities, but for the most part, organized crime was portrayed as isolated incidents in major cities. FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover downplayed the existence of a national crime syndicate, focusing instead on the communist threat. But Harry Anslinger of the Narcotics Bureau had been pushing the national syndicate theory for years and found his champion in Senator Estes Kefauver from Tennessee. The Kefauver Committee, formed in January 1950, aimed to investigate interstate gambling and racketeering, eventually homing in on the mob's influence over the gaming industry. The hearings began in Chicago and quickly spread to other major cities like St. Louis, San Francisco, New Orleans, and Tampa. Kefauver, a plain-spoken politician with a knack for dramatics, turned the hearings into a crusade against organized crime. He and his mostly Protestant colleagues subpoenaed Italian-American, Irish, and Jewish mobsters, making for explosive testimonies. Among the most shocking sessions were those held in South Florida, where the mob's ties to Cuba came under the spotlight, further exposing the far-reaching power of figures like Lansky. The mob's influence in Havana, Las Vegas, and across America was undeniable, and Lansky, ever the strategist, continued to shape the underworld as he worked both sides of the law, cementing his legacy as one of the most powerful figures in organized crime. The first strike against organized crime was landed by Theodore Link, a staff correspondent of the Post-Dispatch, on January 3, 1950. His article in the St. Louis Post-Dispatch newspaper boldly targeted the underworld. The article prominently featured the faces of two notorious mob bosses, Frank Costello and Tony Accardo, heads of the New York and Chicago outfits, respectively. The piece was not subtle. It directly took aim at their sprawling criminal enterprises, focusing on how they had intertwined themselves with both local politics and legitimate businesses. The headline blared, "Crime Capital Miami Beach, ready to reopen gambling under Costello," signaling the deep connections between mobsters, politicians, and the clandestine underworld. This was a stark revelation of how Miami, a hotbed for organized crime, was once again on the verge of falling under mob control, with Costello at the helm. It detailed the pervasive influence these crime syndicates wielded, not just in illegal gambling, but in politics, business, and everyday life. The article's exposure of these relationships marked the first significant public salvo in what would become a full-scale war on organized crime in America. Miami Beach, this famous resort city, now also the crime capital of the United States and a haven for hoodlums from all over the country, is getting ready to reopen its multi-million-dollar gambling industry with a new boss in control. Frank Costello, Prime Minister of the Underworld, as an investigation by the Post-Dispatch has revealed. Costello's emissary, Meyer Lansky, a New York gambler and boss of gambling in Broward County, just north of here, settled a bitter struggle between two crime syndicates that were contesting for control of the rich gambling industry here. For the first time in a dozen years, however, the gamblers are not sure of full cooperation from public officials in Dade County and the two principal cities, Miami and Miami Beach. For that reason, handbooks in the beach hotels and gambling casinos throughout the county have not all reopened fully, even as the tourist season is about to enter its peak period. Police and law enforcement officers have been interested spectators in the struggle among the gambling syndicates for control of Miami Beach. It is estimated that the payoff to police and public officials in Miami Beach from the syndicates is about $1 million a year. Across the bay in Miami, Vice Squad members used to collect $720,000 a year, which they divided with politicians. The public official apparently most responsible for the continuing delay in the reopening of gambling is Miami Beach City Councilman Melvin J. Richard, who was elected last June. Since his election, gambling on the beach has been shut down more often than it has been open. Richard, a 37-year-old lawyer and Navy veteran, said after he took office, "More notorious national criminals live in Miami Beach than in any other city of this size in the United States. The criminal scum of the country is attracted here. Wide-open Miami Beach existed only by the approval of public officials. It is inconceivable that this could have been the case without money changing hands." High stakes were involved in the competition between the powerful national syndicates for control of gambling, horse race betting, the numbers racket, and other enterprises. Miami Beach is regarded as the richest single plum in the world for horse race betting, with a total of $50 million bet in a single year from handbooks in the hotels and other bookshops. Besides horse race wagering, casinos in Dade County normally offer chuck-a-luck, dice, poker, and other games. Costello's representative, Lansky, brought about peace between the S&G syndicate and the Little Syndicate here by ruling that the Costello New York group would take a 30% cut from the earnings of both syndicates. The Costello group had already placed one of its men in the Little Syndicate, while the Chicago Capone gang had inserted one of its henchmen in the S&G syndicate. With Costello taking 30% of the total earnings from the gambling industry here, it is not clear yet how the remaining 70% will be divided among the local syndicates, S&G, and the Little Syndicate, and the Chicago Capone gang. The peace program was worked out by Lansky at a series of meetings in New York City, various locations in Florida, and in Los Angeles. The settlement illustrates the nationwide character of the gambling business, which rakes in $2 billion a year from slot machines alone throughout the country. At one stage in the Miami Beach negotiations, the New York gang wanted 50% of the gambling take here, and the Chicago Capone gang also wanted 50%, which would have left nothing for the local gamblers. They would have been absorbed into the bigger groups. The plan was then modified to give the Costello outfit 30%. Apparently, the settlement now makes the Costello group top dog here, with a significant concession to the Chicago Capone group, all at the expense of S&G. When S&G held full control of Miami Beach gambling, the syndicate was said to have collected between $6 million and $10 million a year from its operations. Members of the syndicate have large holdings of valuable property, including lavish homes on the Gold Coast, formerly known as Millionaire's Row. One of the principal figures in S&G is a former St. Louisan, Julie Levitt. Most of the gamblers and about 250 handbook operators became members of the S&G syndicate in the last 10 years. About 100 gamblers remain independent or are members of the Little Syndicate. The comfortable position of the S&G syndicate, controlling the gambling business with only the Little Syndicate as a competitor, was disrupted last spring. The racing wire service to the handbooks, which provides news of racing entries and results from all tracks in the country, was abruptly shut off for 8 days. This shutdown was attributed to the anger of the Chicago Capone Syndicate, which controls the nationwide racing news distribution, and sought to break into the rich Miami Beach market by acquiring control over handbooks. Bookmakers complained that the Chicago gang could have doubled the price for the racing news service and made a significant profit without even controlling the handbooks. Instead, the Capone Syndicate wanted full control of the bookshops. Shortly after the 8-day shutdown ended, during which the S&G syndicate improvised by obtaining racing news from an independent bookmaker in Georgia, a new partner appeared in the S&G setup. He is Harry Russell, one of the Russell brothers who operate the Silver Dollar Bar in the Chicago Loop, alongside Tony Accardo, alias Joe Batters, a top Capone hoodlum. Then Benny Kay, a New Jersey gambler, suddenly became a partner in the Little Syndicate. The New York Costello mob inserted Kay into the Miami Beach picture to protect their interests here. Kay, also known as Kay, and originally known as Benny Karpf, has been operating here for about 2 years. He started as the operator of a handbook at Club Collins. Then he organized baseball and football betting on a large scale. His activities extended to New York, where he had connections with a layoff betting establishment at 95 Broad Street. That place was raided on October 20th, but Kay was not there. With Kay of New York and Russell of Chicago in the picture, both local syndicates headed for a showdown. Some gambling establishments reopened, but quickly shut down again. Finally, shrewd Lansky entered the picture and brought peace between the warring factions. However, the cooperation of Miami Beach and Miami officials still restrains the gambling industry from fully opening. Discussing Dade County as a whole, a grand jury recently reported that the county was a capital of crime, adding that the rackets are beyond the scope of local law enforcement agencies. The grand jury suggested another jury inquire into the manner in which some Miami policemen live in or purchase property beyond what their earnings would appear to allow. The jury scolded the Miami police for bickering and feuds, declaring, "This shows the department is not functioning as a team, but rather for the personal aggrandizement or enrichment of certain of its members." Criminals from other cities first vacation here, then they buy property, then they bring in henchmen, and soon they have an organization that can control elections, as in Kansas City and St. Paul. Daniel Sullivan, hard-hitting director of the Crime Commission of Greater Miami, told the Post-Dispatch recently. In radio broadcasts over a Florida network of 14 stations, the Crime Commission asserts, "The risk of jail in the Miami area is light," adding, "A hands-off policy means that the whole criminal element will grow more and more daily. South Florida will be in the headlines as a nest for hoodlums, racketeers, and gangsters." There are 2 factors responsible for the trouble. The police don't care about going on record on law enforcement, and known hoodlums are coming and attracting lesser lights from their hometowns. The blame lies more with the elected officials here than with the police. Regardless of who is to blame, gangsters and racketeers from all the principal cities of the United States have settled here, spend part of their time here, or have interests in businesses or rackets in the Miami area. When the late Al Capone bought a pretentious villa on Palm Island in the early 1930s, Miami Beach authorities initially resisted the inroads of other gangsters. But Capone won a long legal fight against being evicted from Florida, successfully alleging that the only charge against him was vagrancy. His widow and son still maintain the villa here. Since Capone's arrival, there has been a steady influx of criminals and their associates, both retired and active. Disclosures of their records by the newspapers and by the Crime Commission bring complaints from some citizens who insist that 20-year-old skeletons should not be exhumed. When a man pays his penalty to society, the defenders say, he should be left alone. However, a little probing usually reveals that while the retired criminals may have lost their interest in machine guns, pistols and bombs as they grew older, they have retained just a bit of interest in the numbers racket, a small handbook, or a gambling casino as they bask quietly in the sun here. For example, Jules Beeman, described by the Crime Commission as a pistol-packing top-drawer member of the underworld here, moved to Miami Beach from New York 3 years ago. His arrests in New York, dating back to 1922, ranged from vagrancy to homicide. He was known variously as Julius Kramer, Julius Steele, Harry Kramer, and Jules Berman. Last March, Beeman was investigated by federal authorities in connection with narcotics sales. He also has an interest in a gambling establishment. In 1943, while he was looking into his New York interests, he was shot but recovered. The Miami Crime Commission calls him a public rat who has no business in this community. Samuel Tarrant of Miami Beach, who owns a palatial home on Allison Island, is the head of the Tarrant Distributing Company, which sells television sets and jukeboxes. Before that, he was Sammy Tarrant of the hectic Prohibition days in Minneapolis and St. Paul. He came here in 1945 after he was released from prison, having served a sentence for liquor black marketing in Minnesota. Tarrant was wounded in a hijacking fight in St. Paul in 1925 and later received a 10-year prison term on a grand larceny charge. In 1942, he applied for citizenship but was turned down. His record also includes a Chicago indictment growing out of a stolen bond deal and arrests for investigation on bank robbery charges in Nebraska and Kansas. When he came here, he held a franchise for the distribution of jukeboxes in Florida and Cuba. Harry Stone, a former member of the Purple Gang in Detroit, and Mo Rockwell of Chicago and Detroit own and operate a Miami Beach nightclub that is known as a hoodlum hangout. Among the frequent patrons are Paul Labriola and Martin the Ox, notorious Chicago gangsters. Stone is also known as Sosnick, and his partner Rockwell calls himself Rockfeld, demonstrating that one never knows his neighbor's real name here. The Wofford Hotel on the beach became a hoodlum gathering place after Little Augie Pisano, alias Anthony Carfano, became financially interested in it. Little Augie is a Brooklyn thug with a long police record. His associate in the hotel is John Angasola, who also calls himself King, and who came from Cleveland. Among their friends who come to the hotel for their vacations are Marco Reginelli of Camden and Sam and Joe DiCarlo, racketeers from Buffalo. The S&G syndicate, now affiliated with the Chicago Capone mob, doesn't like outsiders, but sprang to the defense of Morris Cooper, a nationally known St. Louis betting commissioner, when he was arrested in Miami Beach last July. The charge was gambling. Former Detective Pat Perdue, head of the one-man Miami Beach gambling squad at the time, made the arrest. Brought into court, Cooper was represented by the S&G syndicate's lawyer, Ben Cohen. The case was dismissed. Perdue is now pounding a beat in the northern reaches of the beach, not because he arrested Morris Cooper, but because of a change in the gambling situation and in the attitude of some city councilmen. Until his shift, Perdue used to make sporadic raids on specific bookies. Cooper, incidentally, is reputed to be one of the 5 biggest baseball and football betting commissioners in the country. The odds set by his statistician Isidore Silverman, formerly of Indianapolis, are said to be used by many gamblers. Silverman now lives on an island in Biscayne Bay and busies himself solely with setting odds, not with actual gambling. Attorney Cohen told the writer that Cooper's arrest was a mistake. Cohen said Cooper wandered idly into a friend's handbook and had picked up the tape on a baseball ticker to learn the ball scores when he was arrested. However, other well-informed Miamians told the reporter that the arrest was engineered by the S&G syndicate to worry Cooper and possibly prevent him from starting any large-scale operations on the beach. He maintains a home there at 4410 Sheridan Avenue. Cohen was employed to represent Cooper, the informant said, because Cooper is personally popular with many gamblers. In October 1948, Miami Beach police gave another demonstration of their strong feelings against any disturbance of the tranquility of their resort by outsiders, unless the outsiders are fully sponsored by local figures or are retired from the rackets. After several days of surveillance, Angelo Lodato, Springfield, Illinois gangster, his stepfather, Vincent Moncado of St. Louis, Sam Guccione of St. Louis, and 2 young women were arrested at the McAlpin Hotel. 2 other St. Louisianas who had been with the group when they registered earlier at the Grand Hotel, a center of gangland activity, had disappeared by the time the arrests were made. Lodato, Moncado, and Guccione protested that they were simple tourists. However, 2 fully loaded revolvers were found in their Ocean Boulevard hotel. The women, a Detroit dancer and a St. Louis waitress, said they had been nightclubbing with the tourists. Lodato, an ex-convict who served 3 years in prison on a white slavery conviction, was questioned in the killing of Leonard Giordano, a dice dealer in Springfield, Illinois, in 1948. Moncado is the father of Sam and James Moncado, who were shot to death in separate affrays in St. Louis, also in 1948. Guccione's father was killed in St. Louis more than 20 years ago. Vagrancy charges against the group were dismissed on their promise to leave Miami Beach. Lodato's new Packard convertible was returned to him, and they departed. The newest partner in the S&G syndicate, Harry Russell, the Capone representative in the group, also has an interesting background. Besides being an associate in Chicago of Tony Accardo, Russell was one of 7 men charged in 1941 with stealing $910,000 from funds belonging to Local 1248 of the Retail Clerks International Protective Association. The state's attorney's office in Chicago charged that Russell and Pat Mano, alias Patrick Manning of Miami Beach, Max Caldwell, Rocco DeStefano, Peter Tremont, Milton Schwartz, and Maurice Margolis dipped into the Union Treasury. They allegedly transferred their activities to South Florida. They are known here as patrons of the Wofford Hotel on the beach. The Chicago charge has never been pressed. Adding to the recent woes of the S&G syndicate were the blasts by Mrs. Genevieve Bonamy, the atomic blonde bookie of Miami Beach. The former San Francisco nightclub singer and wife of a horse racing handicapper, Mrs. Bonamy, proclaimed she was angry at the syndicate because it owed her $1,066 and refused to pay. She told Sullivan of the Crime Commission and newspaper reporters that each bookie paid $60 a week for racing wire service and $40 for juice protection. She charged that the syndicate and the thieving hotel keepers who steal everything they can from the bookies were responsible for the troubles in the gambling business. She made it clear that her beef, as she called it, was against the syndicate and the hotels, but not against the bookies. Some hotel owners, she declared, put up a front of respectability, but they are really in league with the syndicate and are bigger swindlers than the syndicate. After exploding her bombshell, she folded her tent and quietly stole away. The amazing police department of Miami is split by feuds, charges of graft, fistfights, and phone tapping, an inquiry by the Post-Dispatch has revealed. Despite civil service protections, the police department here, like the one in Miami Beach, is riddled with politics. The reason is that the safety director, who heads the police department, is answerable to the city commission and can be fired by that body. Civil service only prevents the firing of police officers. It does not prevent the manipulation of the force for political purposes. A high-ranking officer on the force told the reporter that when gambling was in full bloom here, the payoff to police in control of the situation, was $60,000 a month. A significant part of the payoff, however, was passed through police hands to politicians who had the power to break up gambling but preferred to take the money, the informant said. As in Miami Beach, Miami police take pride in a city without gang shootings. The only murder possibly resulting from gambling or political corruption was that of a black man, said to have been a Batman, or collector, in the numbers racket for a high-ranking officer of the Miami police force. The Batman was killed in April 1948, and the murder remains unsolved. The police force is split into factions and cliques within the factions. The officers must contend with groups of gamblers who are as restless as the waves of the ocean, constantly striving for an in with influential officers. Miami has 6 groups of gamblers who operate when permitted or conduct sneak gambling when the grand jury is in session or when restrictions are enforced. A campaign against bookmakers by Governor Fuller Warren in the past year has caused such turmoil in gambling circles that they don't know where they stand at the moment. The long smouldering feud within the police department erupted last April. Detective Lieutenant C.O. Hutto, the stormy petrel of the force, was badly beaten by Chief of Detectives James O. Barker and a former patrolman W.W. Davenport when they found him in a woman's apartment. Hutto has been an important figure in Miami's police gambling political circles for 15 years. In fact, he was one of the most powerful people in Miami for years. During his stormy career, he has been reduced or suspended 4 times. For 8 years, he headed the vice squad, giving him iron-handed control over gamblers and prostitutes. Lieutenant Hutto charged that the beating he received was the result of a setup. However, he was suspended by Chief of Police Walter Headley. Hutto said he had been interviewing the woman about a murder case when the Chief of Detectives and the former patrolman broke in. Chief Barker responded that he had information that Hutto had been running around with the woman in a city-owned automobile. Barker said he went to the apartment carrying a camera after getting a tip from Davenport. Lieutenant Hutto smashed the camera. In the fight that followed, Hutto suffered a broken nose, cuts, and 2 black eyes. Barker and Davenport were unhurt. Barker took full responsibility for the beating and said Davenport merely restrained the woman. It later emerged that the woman was Mrs. Drew Phillips, wife of a former policeman who was being held on a murder charge in Dublin, Georgia. The apartment had been rented by Lieutenant Hutto, who told the landlord he was the woman's uncle. Georgia police said Hutto had not been asked to work on the murder investigation. Davenport had been discharged from the Miami force in July 1947 on 7 charges of conduct unbecoming an officer. He blamed Lieutenant Hutto for his discharge and said he had been framed. Hutto, who lives in a substantial home equipped with a swimming pool, was found guilty of 2 charges of misconduct and fined a month's pay. His lawyer, Vincent C. Giblin, argued that Hutto's refusal to accept graft led to the fight. Giblin claimed that a number of Miami policemen had been taking graft from gamblers, and Hutto's refusal to participate angered the other officers. One police faction accused the other of tapping Hutto's phone to learn whether he was providing information to newspapers and public officials about payoffs from gamblers to policemen. Both Miami daily newspapers have been fighting crime and corruption in the area, but they have faced nearly insurmountable odds until the past year, when the war between the syndicates and the election of a few honest politicians gave them an opening. Wilson McGee, chief crime reporter for the Miami Herald, led the way with a revealing series of articles on gambling and related activities. The Miami Daily News also ran several series of articles by its 2 chief crime reporters, Don Pettit and Milton Sosin. The Daily News's anti-gambling campaign angered the police so much that detectives filed a $1 million libel suit against the newspaper. Pettit would find a handbook and then write an illustrated news account about the establishment. The picture would be captioned, "For the information of detectives." Next to the photograph would be a detailed description of the handbook. A typical story read, "Another horse bookmakers who are so hard for Miami police to find operates from a third-floor room in the Greentree Hotel at 110 Northeast 2nd Avenue. The bookie answers to the name Bill, and his telephone number is 21171. The book is one of a string of Marty Richmonds. The hotel is in District 1, the territory of Detective Lieutenant John Horace, Flashlight Bill Williams. Under Williams in that district are Sergeant Joel McNeil and Detectives R.B. Simpson, T.I. Elder, G.D. Foss, H.W. Fonts, C.M. Ingle, R.B. Einig, F.L. Love, A.B. Rossman, Al Wiggins, and J.H. King. If the handbook weren't raided or closed voluntarily, the Daily News would run another photograph of the same building with the added query, "What keeps this place open?" As a result of the fight with Lieutenant Hutto, Chief of Detectives Barker was briefly suspended and then demoted to head of the Identification Bureau. He was replaced as Chief of Detectives by Captain Howard. Followers of the Barker faction consider him a martyr. They explained that they wanted to break the power of Hutto, who was so strongly entrenched in city politics and the police department. Barker's followers feel the explosion resulting from the Barker-Hutto fight achieved their purpose, and that Hutto has now been discredited. Hutto told this writer he had refused to enter the ring of officers taking graft from gamblers, and the apartment fight was the result. He said he persuaded 8 Miami area gamblers to file affidavits about graft payoffs to Miami policemen in 1947. Former FBI agents corroborated the statements in the affidavits, he said, but the gamblers later retracted their statements, claiming they made the charges under Hutto's threat to force them to stop operating. In Dade County proper, Sheriff Jimmy, Smiling Jim Sullivan, a former Miami traffic patrolman and ex-prize fighter, concedes that there is gambling. Here we are right in the midst of all sorts of legalized gambling, from the racehorse and dog tracks to the stock market houses, he mused. There was gambling here before I came into office, and there will be gambling after I leave. I was not elected on an anti-gambling platform. This is vacation land, and we have to be tolerant to some degree. I will and do act on any and all complaints made to my office. Why? Last year, my office made 350 gambling arrests, and each of those gamblers paid a fine of between $400 and $500. That is some revenue for the county, isn't it? The leading gambler of Miami is Raymond Craig, who operates a real estate business and several other enterprises on the side. Craig, considered a native son, operates the Bahama and Turf Clubs and some 24 other establishments. Charles Thomas, a former coal miner in Williamson County, Illinois, is another leading gambler. He is a brother of Ora Thomas, a deputy sheriff in Williamson County, who shot it out with Ku Klux Klan leader S. Glenn Young in Herrin, Illinois, back in 1925. Young, Thomas, and 2 others were killed. Charles Thomas's chief partner in the gambling rackets here is Earl Yarborough. They were part of a group of Miamians who ran the Royal Palm gambling establishment until World War II began, when they were edged out by New York gangsters. Thomas now has an interest in the numbers racket and in Club 86, a long, low, orchid-colored building at 86th Street and Biscayne Boulevard in El Portal. He also has interests in Broward County gambling. Craig and Thomas were among the South Florida gamblers who sought to get gambling legalized at the September session of the last legislature. The proposal failed. It was reported that $60,000 was spent by the gamblers in their unsuccessful campaign. Neither Craig nor Tomas participates in Miami Beach gambling. All the Miami gamblers seem to stick to their own territory. About 150 handbooks now operate here on a sneak basis, although they are more open than those in St. Louis. The third article in the St. Louis Post-Dispatch exposé, published on January 5, 1950, sent tremors through the organized crime world. While the series had already unsettled mobsters by exposing their ties to politicians and power brokers, this particular piece delivered a bombshell that would change the game forever. It announced the beginning of a Senate probe into organized crime, led by Senator Estes Kefauver of Tennessee. This investigation would go on to become a historic confrontation between the US government and the underworld, signaling the end of the Mafia's unchecked dominance in America. The article revealed that Kefauver was spearheading a resolution to investigate the sprawling network of organized crime, including the Mafia's infiltration into gambling, narcotics trafficking, and even municipal governments. While J. Edgar Hoover had long denied the existence of a national crime syndicate, the Kefauver Committee would dismantle that illusion. With the headline, "Kefauver Seeks Senate Inquiry on Rackets in the United States. National Crime Syndicates Menacing Independence of Municipal Government." The article sent a chilling message to mobsters from coast to coast. This wasn't just about taking down street-level criminals. It was about tearing apart the very infrastructure that allowed these syndicates to thrive in the shadows. The political protection that men like Frank Costello, Tony Accardo, and Meyer Lansky had long relied on was now under direct attack. Kefauver warned that organized crime had corrupted municipal governments in major cities like Los Angeles, New Orleans, and Chicago, citing complaints from mayors who felt powerless to combat such a sophisticated criminal force. With figures like Virgil Peterson of the Chicago Crime Commission laying the groundwork, it was clear that this investigation would reach deep into the heart of the Mafia's operations. Mayor de Lesseps Morrison of New Orleans was among those who voiced concern, warning that Costello was seeking to become both a political dictator and gambling kingpin in America's largest cities. As Kefauver's resolution was approved, the nation braced itself for the Senate inquiry, which promised to drag mob bosses, politicians, and law enforcement into the harsh light of public scrutiny. For men like Lansky and Costello, this was a nightmare come true. The secretive world they had built was now being torn apart in front of the entire nation. The final article in the series, published on January 6, 1950, by Theodore Link, was a foreshadowing of the storm that was about to engulf organized crime. Reporting from Miami Beach, Link described how mobsters across the country were being called to testify before the Senate. The hearings would soon become a public spectacle, with the testimonies broadcast on national television, bringing the Mafia's hidden world into the homes of everyday Americans. The committee hearings, which would soon become infamous, saw mobsters repeatedly invoke the Fifth Amendment, refusing to answer questions for fear of self-incrimination. But the inquiry didn't stop with the gangsters. It extended to the very officials who had enabled their rise. Senators, police chiefs, and public servants were all dragged into the fray, many of them pleading the Fifth themselves. One of the most shocking revelations to come out of these hearings was the scrutiny over the citizenship status of various mobsters. How, the committee asked, had men with such notorious criminal backgrounds managed to stay in the country, some even securing US citizenship? This line of questioning opened a Pandora's box, exposing how these mobsters had lied on their naturalization applications, claiming to be law-abiding citizens while simultaneously building criminal empires. The inquiry revealed a gaping loophole in the immigration system, which had allowed these figures to operate under the guise of legitimacy. This intense focus on the naturalization status of mobsters led to a wave of arrests and revocations. Mobsters who had once operated with impunity were suddenly facing legal battles to maintain their residency, with several facing deportation. By the summer of 1950, even Meyer Lansky, long considered untouchable, was called to testify. This was a defining moment, as Lansky, who had skillfully avoided both public and legal scrutiny for years, was now forced into the spotlight. The final article by Theodore Link was a warning shot, signaling that the 1950s would be a decade of reckoning for organized crime. What had begun as a probe into gambling and racketeering was now transforming into a full-scale war between the US government and the Mafia, threatening to dismantle the power structures that had ruled America's underworld for decades. As the Kefauver Committee's investigation ramped up, the Mafia's golden era came under siege, and the once invincible figures of organized crime would find themselves facing the fight of their lives. This 5-day exposé, and in particular the January 6th article, marked a turning point in American history. It set the stage for the explosive and historic battles that would dominate the headlines in the months and years to come, forever altering the landscape of organized crime in the United States. The mob had thrived in the shadows for years, but now, under the harsh glare of television cameras and Senate inquiries, their reign of secrecy was coming to an end. A payoff of $200,000 a year was offered to Melvin Richard, a Miami Beach city councilman, if he would permit a single group of gamblers to operate punchboards here. He disclosed this to the Post-Dispatch in connection with the newspaper's investigation of crime in the Miami area. Today, there were reports that gambling would reopen tomorrow in Dade County, but Richard's continuing opposition to the gamblers was expected to halt the reopening in Miami Beach. Richard told the Post-Dispatch he rejected the bribe offer, which was made to him by one of his chief backers in the political race. The backer, a businessman not known to be involved in illegal activities, offered Richard what he called a foolproof plan. This man, Richard related, proposed that a group of 4 men be allowed to control punchboards in Miami Beach. Only one of the 4 was involved in gambling. He had something to do with manufacturing punchboards. The others were businessmen. My caller said the punchboard business would net at least $750,000 a year, but probably more. The way it would work was that the income would be divided into fifths, with 1/5 allotted to me, but without anyone knowing about it. There were 4 provisions for our safety. First, I was not to have anything to do with the business in any manner, shape, or form. My share of the money would reach me in the way he outlined. I would be employed for a fictitious purpose, and the fees that would come to me would ostensibly be for legal work. Second, I was to continue attacking the syndicate and gamblers publicly, but not say anything about this arrangement. Richard estimated that the proposal would have given him about $200,000 a year. He rejected it. The third stipulation was that I should introduce any notable civic improvement bill into the council that I wished, and they would ensure I got enough votes to pass it. This would increase my prestige in the community and give me more power. The fourth stipulation was that I stage dramatic raids on leading bookies or gambling places. The raids would be staged with great fanfare and publicity. My caller said these raids would target big figures in the rackets, not minor operators. I was to accompany the police on each planned raid, and I was to be the central figure, as if it were all my doing. However, once the raid was made and people were taken into custody, I was to drop all interest in the matter. I would not appear as a witness or say anything about the case. The man who made the proposal, Richard said, no longer speaks to him. The latest attempt to soften him up, Richard said, was through a conversation with some friends about the possibility of him being named a United States District Judge. The people who dangled this offer mentioned how difficult it would be to arrange, but they wanted to know if he was interested. He declined. Richard's most recent fight is against Ben Shepherd, the city attorney, who has secretly been performing legal work involving the huge real estate holdings of the S&G syndicate, the dominant gambling outfit in Miami Beach. Richard has been aided in the city council by Burnett Roth and Mayor Harold Turk. A resolution introduced by the Richard Group, calling for a crackdown on commercialized gambling, was voted down 4-3 in the council. Councilman William Burbridge, Lee Powell, Maurice Klein, and Marcy Lieberman opposed the resolution. Impeachment sought. There was an immediate public demand for the impeachment of the officials because the elected city officers openly supported unlawful gambling operations, but nothing happened. Before his election to the council, Richard led a group of junior Chamber of Commerce members who fought against gamblers and police inefficiency. Racketeers joined the junior chamber in large numbers to defeat the organization's campaign against gambling. Richard recalled how he managed to install a recording device in the house of Ruth Sewell, who operated in Miami Beach during the winter and in the Catskills during the summer. The recordings revealed that Mrs. Sewell claimed to have many Miami Beach policemen on her payroll. The records also showed that she received tip-offs from friendly policemen. Richard's group tested her system and observed policemen driving by her house in advance of raids. As usual in Florida, this uncertain evidence was not pursued further. However, Mrs. Sewell's setup was disrupted to the extent that she had to curtail most of her gambling operations. There is a common saying among the Miami Beach crowd, "You can't get your face slapped on the beach." The reasoning behind this is that gamblers and hoodlums fear having their empire disrupted, so there is an unwritten law against violence. However, one member of the Julie Levitt group of gamblers recently assaulted Milt Sosin, a reporter for the Miami Daily News, out of anger over a story Sosin published. The next day, the S&G syndicate offered to hire a bodyguard for Sosin and apologized profusely. They even offered to repair his clothes and cover any medical bills. The Crime Commission of Greater Miami has frequently stated that an invisible cloak of protection covers gangland overlords in the Miami area. Led by Colonel Jack Younger, a retired Army officer, and driven by the capable Daniel Sullivan, the Commission has been aggressively targeting the criminal activities in the area. The two local newspapers, the Miami Herald and the Daily News, have been equally vigorous in their coverage of gambling and corrupt public officials. However, the laws have been ignored for so long in southern Florida that public officials remain unashamed of their failures, lulled by years of prosecution failures and public apathy. So many gangsters frequent the Grand Hotel that the Crime Commission stated, "There are more hoodlums in one block in the 23rd Street and Collins Avenue area than in any other known place in the country." Among those who frequent the Grand Hotel are Joe Massey, a Detroit racketeer, Benny Street and Dave Glass, Philadelphia policy operators, Charles Fischetti, cousin of Al Capone, Marty Guilfoyle, a Chicago hoodlum, and Jack Greasy Thumb Guzik, a public enemy and one of the chiefs of the Chicago Capone gang. Massey retired to Florida 10 years ago, but he continues to control Detroit's rackets, serving as an advisor and financier. He exercises control through Pete Licavoli, a former St. Louisan who is now a top racketeer in Detroit and Toledo. Licavoli visits Massey frequently in Miami Beach. When Licavoli's mother died in St. Louis last spring, big-time racketeers, including Massey, traveled to St. Louis by airplane from cities all over the country to pay their respects to the Detroit gang leader. Most of the mourners stayed in fashionable West End hotels near Forest Park. In Miami Beach, Massey is regarded by some as a retired businessman who keeps busy by running his provision company. Out-of-town hoodlums from various cities are frequent visitors to his penthouse at the Grand Hotel. They are well aware of his Detroit background, including arrests dating back to 1920 on charges ranging from gambling to suspicion of murder. One of his Detroit associates is Harry Fleischer, who jumped bond after receiving a 25-year sentence for armed robbery in Michigan. Fleischer is now one of the most sought-after men in the United States. Philadelphia is represented in Miami Beach by William Weisberg, also known as Harry Strandberg, a lieutenant in the Nig Rosen gang in the Quaker City. Weisberg and Sam Cappy Hoffman, also a Rosen henchman, were chased out of Philadelphia several times by the police, but they found it easy to become honored guests at beachfront hotels in Miami Beach, until the heat died down. Hoffman has a criminal record in Trenton and Egg Harbor, New Jersey, with charges ranging from gambling to murder. The brothers Michael and Salvatore Polina, who are involved in gambling and vice in Philadelphia and Atlantic City, use a beach hotel as their winter headquarters. Max Siegel, a strong-arm man for the Rosen gang, also winters here. Siegel, who goes by various aliases such as Frank Roy, Shuey Siegel and Big Shuey, has a long criminal record. Other winter resident Samuel Litt, who operates one of Philadelphia's largest handbooks, spends his winters in Miami Beach. Another figure who finds Miami Beach to his liking is John Rosen, also known as Whitey Irvin, who has been arrested 32 times in Philadelphia. Jack Silver, alias Chinky Silver, is known as the enforcer for the Rosen gang and has been the target of almost continuous police investigation in Philadelphia and South Jersey since 1928, except when he is in Miami Beach. Nathan Stromberg, also known as Nussie Rosen and a brother of Nig Rosen, looks after the Miami Beach interests of the Rosen gang. Other frequent visitors include Anthony Narcisi, Harry Proven, a former pickpocket and narcotics dealer, and Jack Newman and his brother Mo, who are sluggers for the Rosen gang. Isaac Halpin, a Miami Beach gambler, is doing better here than he did in Philadelphia, where he was a pickpocket with a record of 54 arrests, according to the records of the Miami Crime Commission. Halpin is now considered a big shot in Miami Beach. Invests in hotels. Isidore Blumenfield, the kingpin racketeer of Minneapolis, has invested $1 million in beachfront hotels. Known as Kid Can and Harry Freeman, Blumenfield has faced charges ranging from bootlegging to murder. Alfred Poggi. Torriello, reputedly the triggerman for the New York Costello mob in New England, owned a share in the largest dice game in the history of American gambling during the 1946-1947 winter season. The game took place at the 115 Club on Biscayne Boulevard and 115th Street, outside of Miami. The club was notorious for the huge sums wagered there, most of which came from black market profits of players who came from across the country. Torriello and his associates hold gambling concessions in the area, as well as interests in casinos in Broward County, just north of Dade County. Torriello often stays at the Wofford Hotel in Miami Beach, but he spends much of his time in a Providence, Rhode Island cafe where New England gang business is conducted. Broward County, located north of Dade County, has about 50 gambling joints operating at full capacity during the peak season when there is no interference from the police or prosecutors. Hollywood, Florida, is the most wide-open place in the county. A veteran police officer told the writer that more hoodlums can be seen on the streets of Hollywood in a single day than in a year in Chicago. Fort Lauderdale, the county seat, is a clean city under the administration of Chief of Police Roland Kelly, a former St. Louisan, but handbooks operate just outside the city limits. Pinball and slot machine operators and numbers of racketeers maintain their headquarters out in the county. Along United States Highway 1, which runs along the east coast of Florida, elaborate gambling joints line the heavily traveled road. Broward County gamblers not only operate in Florida, but also in Cuba and Puerto Rico. One of the largest casinos in Havana is owned by New York gamblers who also control the rackets in Broward County. Control Nevada. 2. The Miami Crime Commission found that the same group of gamblers who control the gambling industry in Florida also decide who can place bets in Nevada, where gambling is legal. New York, Chicago, and Florida, the commission said, control and dictate to Nevada through control of the racing wire service facilities. The pattern seems to be, the commission said, that if the syndicate cannot gain control through business-like methods, they bring about a shutdown of a casino or a bookmaker's operation. Later, the closed-down business reopens, but there is always a new partner involved. This new partner is usually someone from New York, Chicago, or Detroit. The local group has to accept the new partner out of fear of what might happen. Director Sullivan of the Crime Commission stated that Florida seemed proud of its relatively low number of gang-related murders. The murder rate is not as high as it was during the heyday of Chicago, New York, Kansas City, or St. Louis. Sullivan explained that disputes over gambling and illegal operations in Florida are settled in other states to avoid killing the goose that lays the golden eggs of Florida's gambling industry. Meyer Lansky and Jack Lansky, New York hoodlums, operate the pretentious La Boheme Club in Broward County. A group of gangsters associated with the Lanskys also run the Club Green Acres, another large gambling joint in the county. The top law enforcement officer in Broward County is Sheriff Walter Clark, who was once removed from office for lax law enforcement by former Governor Spessard Holland, now a United States Senator. Sheriff Clark told the writer that gambling in the county would soon resume. He pointed to his 17 years in office as proof that the citizens of the county wanted gambling. He also mentioned that he had no connection to the Broward Novelty and Music Company, but that his brother, Chief Deputy Sheriff Robert Clark, had an interest in the company. That company only distributes pinball machines and automatic phonographs, the sheriff said. They don't deal in slot machines. The only slots around here are in private clubs. Besides the Lansky brothers, the New York mob in the area consists of Joe Adonis, also known as Joe Dotto, a Brooklyn racketeer, James Jimmy Blue Eyes Allo, Frank Erickson, said to be the largest bookmaker in the country, and William Moretti, also known as Willie Moore. Frank Costello, a leading national gang figure, makes occasional visits to Florida, where he now controls gambling operations. At the dawn of the 1950s, the world of organized crime was undergoing seismic shifts. Only the strongest, toughest, and most ruthless would survive. Every decade brought its own upheaval, but none so cataclysmic as the era ushered in by the 1920s. During that time, Joe Masseria held an iron grip over the underworld, but as the 1930s approached, a new breed of criminals emerged, intent on reshaping the landscape. Enter Lucky Luciano, Frank Costello, Al Capone. These men, alongside their allies from Jewish, Irish, English, Polish, Welsh and other communities, built a formidable syndicate. After the bloody fall of Masseria and the swift execution of Salvatore Maranzano, the stage was set for Luciano to reign supreme. Yet Luciano's reign, though powerful, would be short-lived. His imprisonment and eventual exile left a void that could not easily be filled. Decisions were no longer made with the ruthless efficiency they once were. The Justice Department, now emboldened, realized deportation was a potent weapon in their arsenal against these underworld kings. But as the world was thrown into the chaos of the Second World War, the pursuit of these crime lords slowed, giving them time to regroup. In the shadows, they forged new alliances, even infiltrating government agencies, pulling strings from the dark while staying relatively untouchable. But make no mistake, this was no war of guns and bullets. The true architects of crime, the high-ranking Italians and Jewish bosses, rarely saw the inside of a prison cell. It was only the brazen, those who paraded their criminal enterprises too publicly, who took the fall. As these notorious figures were quietly swept away, what emerged was one of the most secretive and elusive crime structures ever known, so hidden, so shadowy, that even law enforcement was left grasping at straws. It was only through events like the 1957 Appalachian meeting that the veil was momentarily lifted, offering a glimpse of this clandestine empire. Much like their Italian counterparts, Jewish mobsters began to feel the heat. Yet one man emerged unscathed from the fire: Meyer Lansky. As others around him, Jewish and Italian alike, crumbled under pressure, Lansky remained a step ahead, untouchable. Mobsters who once ruled with impunity, from the formidable Frank Erickson to lesser-known names, found themselves ensnared in legal battles or imprisoned. Ericsson, in particular, was a titan of the gambling world, working closely with Luciano, Joe Adonis, and Frank Costello to spread gambling across the East Coast, from Louisiana to Miami, from New York to Havana. Ericsson's influence was so vast that he was present at the historic Atlantic City, Chicago, and Havana conventions, where the underworld's future was mapped out. But even giants fall. By the 1950s, Ericsson's empire was crumbling under relentless pressure. Imprisonment and scrutiny devoured the empire he'd built over decades. In the background, it was Lansky who quietly inherited the remnants of Ericsson's once mighty operation. As these old-time, public-facing mobsters faded into history, more secretive, calculated bosses like Lansky and the Sicilian Mafia rose to dominate the scene. Ericsson's fall, detailed in two gripping articles from June 1950, marked not just the decline of one of America's richest gambling moguls, but the rise of an even more formidable, shadowy empire. The June 1950 articles capture Ericsson's downfall, laying bare the relentless forces that crushed him, forces that would leave Lansky and his associates to reign supreme over a more secretive yet more powerful underworld. District Attorney Hogan yesterday unveiled his strategy for putting gambler Frank Ericsson out of business. The grand jury filed a 60-count criminal charge, with 1 conspiracy and 59 bookmaking counts, seemingly placing America's rotund bookie boss in the worst situation yet. If Ericsson pleads guilty, he faces potentially staggering consequences. Theoretically, 1 year in prison, a $500 fine, or both for each count, a total of 60 years and/or $30,000. If Ericsson fights the charges, he may force the district attorney to reveal the identities of many of the bookie's most valued clients. 30 to 40 of these clients have already testified before the grand jury, their names kept confidential. If the case goes to trial, Hogan may call this entire group as witnesses. Ericsson values his high-stakes bettors, a fact made clear in the official records released yesterday. In 1948, he visited Tiffany's and purchased 1,000 gold, monogrammed tie clasps at a cost of $29,000 as Christmas gifts for his top clients. The following year, he distributed gift certificates for 124 hats, worth $20 to $25 each, totaling $2,157.60. The list of Ericsson's bettors, whose names could be exposed, may even reach the hundreds. Hogan noted, "The list of initials provided to Tiffany's for the monogramming corresponds to Ericsson's bettors. This suggests that, among the records seized from Ericsson's Park Avenue office, a complete list of bettors may have been discovered." Forewarned that the grand jury's charges were imminent, Ericsson appeared with his attorney at the district attorney's office yesterday and surrendered. With an unusually solemn expression on his round pink face, he was booked, arraigned, and held on $10,000 bail. Hogan disclosed that the 59 bookmaking counts covered bets totaling $86,788.35, commenting, "There could have been 10,000 counts." Hogan further stated, "There is no doubt that this defendant is the biggest and most notorious bookmaker in the United States. For over 20 years, he has regularly, consistently, and daily broken the laws of this state and every other state in the country." Nevertheless, Hogan did not request more than $10,000 bail, adding, "I am certain that Ericsson will not flee from the tremendous fortune he has accumulated through illegal activities." Justice Nathan Perlman set the $10,000 bail with the agreement of Ericsson's attorney, Sol Gelb. Hogan pushed for an early trial date, suggesting next Monday, but Gelb requested more time. Justice Perlman directed both parties to return on June 12th, when a trial date would be set. Gelb emphasized Ericsson's social standing, stating, "There is no doubt that bookmaking is a misdemeanor, But there is also no doubt that it is not a crime involving moral turpitude. The legislature has declared as much. Many people have become fabulously wealthy through bookmaking at the racetracks. Erickson, who gave his age as 54, listed his business address as 487 Park Avenue and his home address as 610 West End Avenue. He described himself as a US-born real estate operator. Observers noted that his equally famous associate, Frank Costello, also identifies himself as a real estate man. The 59 betting counts span offences between June 8, 1948, when a $400 horse bet was placed, and April 26th of this year, when the largest bet, $15,000, was recorded. The conspiracy charge is not limited to horse racing. It includes baseball, basketball, and other contests of skill, speed, and power involving men and animals. The counts included 51 bets on horse racing, 5 on basketball games, and 3 on baseball games. According to Hogan, these bets were discovered through records seized on May 1st, when the district attorney's office confiscated cancelled checks and other documents from Erickson's Richards dummy account at the Pennsylvania Exchange Bank. The account was maintained by Erickson's employee, Harry Richards, who has been held on $100,000. Bail since May 4th as a material witness. Richards is the only person named as a co-conspirator in the case, though he was not charged. He has been cooperating with investigators. Hogan stated that the investigation began in April 1948 as a result of information obtained from the Alvin Paris attempted football fix. The probe proceeded quietly until Erickson's recent appearance before the Senate committee in Washington. There, the rotund bookie openly admitted to his large-scale gambling operations and claimed that his personal earnings amounted to $100,000 a year. Fearing that Erickson's records might be removed or destroyed, Hogan swiftly seized all relevant documents from Erickson's Park Avenue office. Hogan admitted that he found far more than expected. Some of the bets listed by the grand jury were handled personally by Erickson, who occasionally dined with his preferred clients. In other instances, collectors handled the transactions. The charges against Erickson also cover activities in New York, New Jersey, and other states. Erickson, Richards, and unnamed individuals are accused of conspiring to commit acts injurious to public morals, pervert and obstruct the administration of the law, and violate Section 986 of the Penal Law, which relates to bookmaking. When asked whether he intended to target Frank Costello next, Hogan mentioned that he had already subpoenaed Joe Adonis's financial records in New Jersey. Adonis, referred to as Joe A. in underworld circles, was revealed in Erickson's papers as one of the bookmaker's partners in the Colonial Inn, a well-known gambling resort north of Miami. This suggests that Hogan may also seek financial records from other partners in the Colonial Inn, including Vincent, Jimmy Blue Eyes, Alo, Meyer and Jack Lansky, Mert Wertheimer, Bert Briggs, George Sadlow, Eben Matthews, S.L. Bratt, and Richard Melvin, if those records are within his jurisdiction. One of Hogan's subpoenas, served Monday in New Jersey, was directed at George Goldstein, a Newark accountant who prepared tax returns related to the Colonial Inn. After the commotion surrounding Erickson subsided, Senator Estes Kefauver, Democrat of Tennessee, and chairman of the Senate subcommittee investigating organized crime, met with Hogan for the first time. Kefauver, accompanied by former U.S. Assistant Attorney Boris Kostelanetz, spent an hour with Hogan and Assistant District Attorneys Alfred Scotty and Vincent O'Connor, discussing plans for further cooperation. Kefauver told reporters that he expects to meet with Hogan many more times in the coming months. This article was a scathing critique not just of Luciano's empire, but also of Lansky's associates, including notorious figures like Jimmy Blue Eyes Arlo and his brother Jake Lansky. Their gambling operations were titanic, generating hundreds of millions of dollars. Yet despite this success, Lansky and the larger world of organized crime faced a critical challenge: what to do with all the money they were raking in. The answer? Swiss bank accounts in Switzerland and a sophisticated network of hidden rackets to funnel and launder their cash. These men were masters of reinvestment. After paying off their armies of henchmen, crooked politicians, and skimming their own profits, whatever was left was funneled into new ventures. It was a self-perpetuating empire, untouchable, expanding, and untraceable. A $100 million take in one racket would be reinvested in another, fueling an endless cycle of growth. The empire, built on vice, thrived in the shadows. Yet in the world of organized crime, no reign lasted forever. Most bosses, even the smartest and most ruthless, could only expect 8 to 10 years at the top before their power crumbled. Frank Erickson had had a long run, but his time was coming to an end. As his empire fell, his business and political connections were handed over to the Sicilians and Lansky, who were rapidly becoming the new powerhouses in organized crime. Contrary to weakening them, the purges of the 1950s strengthened these crime syndicates, weeding out the careless and leaving only the cunning to thrive. What the media and law enforcement of the time failed to understand was that this wasn't just organized crime, it was a parallel government. The article barely scratched the surface of the Jewish and Sicilian Mafia connection, missing the larger picture entirely. There was no mention of how a nationwide syndicate had emerged, a shadow state operating alongside the US government. The authorities were blind to the fact that the Sicilian Mafia had played a crucial role in the invasion of Sicily during World War II, working hand in hand with the Office of Strategic Services, the precursor to the CIA. They were oblivious to the deep corruption that had infiltrated institutions like the FBI, where even the infamous J. Edgar Hoover was compromised, or the IRS, which was being used to dismantle rival mobsters who posed a threat to the syndicate's power. Even the senators and politicians who were grilling these mobsters in hearings weren't innocent. Many had been corrupted by the very men they were supposed to bring to justice. Some historians suggest that the crusade against figures like Marcello, Costello, Dalitz, Erickson, Castell, and Lansky wasn't solely about crime control. It was about a deeper fear. Politicians, especially Protestants, were increasingly worried about the growing influence of Catholic, Irish, Jewish, and Italian communities in American politics, fearing they would bring with them new layers of corruption, a new voting bloc, and a shift in power. The battle wasn't just about organized crime, it was another chapter in the long-standing tension between Protestants, the Jewish community, and Catholics. And the battleground? Gambling, vice, political corruption, and the underworld that fueled it. In the end, the crackdown on mobsters like Erickson and the Jewish-Italian syndicate did not weaken the Mafia. It only sharpened its focus, consolidating power among those who knew how to thrive in secrecy. The public face of organized crime might have changed, but beneath the surface, it was more entrenched and more dangerous than ever. By the end of June 1950, Frank Erickson's once mighty empire was unraveling. His imprisonment marked the beginning of the end for the old guard, as a younger, hungrier, and more ruthless generation of mobsters prepared to seize control. These younger men were led by figures like Carlos Marcello, Vito Genovese, Paul Ricca, Tony Accardo, and Giancana, Jimmy Blue Eyes, Russell Bufalino, Angelo Bruno, Jake Lansky, Trafficante Jr., Joe Zerilli, the Campisi family, and Joe Civello, Carlo Gambino, Tommy Lucchese, Joe Colombo, Mickey Cohen, and Meyer Lansky were primed to take it all over, creating a billion-dollar monopoly on everything from gambling to transportation. They were reshaping the underworld into an even more secretive and dangerous entity. This article captures that pivotal moment in the history of organized crime, showcasing the constant evolution and cutthroat nature of a world where only a few would live to see old age. Erickson and his contemporaries once believed they were untouchable. But as time passed, it became clear that decline was inevitable. For many, prison was the best-case scenario. Most would be violently eliminated, making way for those waiting in the wings. Ericsson's close associates, including Willie Moretti, Albert Anastasia, Longy Zwilman, Frank Scalise, the Mangano brothers, and Frank Costello, became targets in a deadly power struggle. Even his longtime friend Charlie Luciano, exiled to Italy, was marked for death by a hit team sent by Vito Genovese. No one was safe. The 1950s became a decade of decline for these old-timers who ruled supreme during the Prohibition era. The underworld they had built was now turning on them, devouring its own to ensure survival. Only the most cunning and ruthless would escape the bloody purges that marked this era. But survival in the 1950s was just the beginning. The 1960s loomed like a dark cloud on the horizon, promising an all-out war against organized crime, led by none other than Robert F. Kennedy. If the 1950s were warning shots, the 1960s would be a full-scale assault on the syndicate, testing whether the new and old generation of mobsters could outlast the relentless onslaught of law enforcement. For Erickson and his peers, the 1950s were a bitter end to decades of dominance. They had built empires and thought themselves invincible, but by the end of the decade, most were either imprisoned, exiled, or dead. Only a select few, those willing to adapt and play a deeper game, would live to see the brutal years ahead. The golden era of mobsters like Erickson was over, and a new, more brutal chapter was beginning. Frank Erickson's life, from hustling bets as a young punk on Stratton's Wharf in Coney Island in his 20s, to becoming a banker for bookmakers, was described in detail yesterday by District Attorney Hogan. Erickson's rise to prominence as the top bookmaker in the nation was highlighted in a report to the Special Sessions Probation Department. Hogan stated that Erickson first moved to Manhattan around 1922 after spending 2 or 3 years booking bets in Brooklyn. As far back as the late 1920s, Erickson employed 5 men on his staff, and by the boom year of 1929, he had a payroll of more than a dozen employees and had established a wire room in New Jersey. Even at this early stage of his career, Hogan said, he had customers in many parts of the nation. At the height of his operations, just before the district attorney intervened, Erickson's staff numbered about 25, including wire room clerks based in New Jersey. Erickson was entitled to 5 days off his sentence monthly for good behavior, which would reduce his sentence by 120 days to 20 months. However, the Department of Correction clarified that the good behavior reward was actually 10 days per month, amounting to 240 days, reducing his total jail time to 16 months. Justice Nathan Pearlman presided over the sentencing, with Justices Frank Oliver and John V. Flood also in attendance. Justice Flood replaced Justice Joseph V. Loscalzo, who withdrew for unspecified personal reasons. Saul Gelb, Erickson's attorney, had not yet decided whether to appeal, citing the excessiveness of the sentence. Gelb questioned whether a person could be sentenced to 2 consecutive 1-year terms for a misdemeanor. District Attorney Hogan appeared satisfied with the sentence. Erickson was held overnight in the Criminal Courts building and was scheduled to be transported to Rikers Island at 9 o'clock in the morning. Erickson, dressed in a dark grey, single-breasted tropical worsted suit, white shirt, and a conservative black and white tie, appeared in court at 9:55 in the morning. He remained silent before and after the sentence. While he showed no emotion, except for twiddling his thumbs, he did briefly nod at Hogan when their eyes met. Gelb argued that the public's weakness for gambling is what fosters bookmaking, much like the failure of prohibition enforcement. He characterized Erickson's prosecution as a manifestation of vengeance and questioned, "Are we looking for a sacrificial offering to ease the public for its vices?" Gelb emphasized that Erickson, a native New Yorker, had never been anything but a gambler, and had not corrupted public officials. Eriksson, Gelb noted, had instructed those called to testify to tell the truth, and not to try to aid him. Gelb urged the court not to be swayed by the mood of the times, but to impose a sentence within the bounds of the law. He added, "If that is done, the defendant can't complain." He noted that there had previously been a passive understanding about enforcing the bookmaking law, which had fallen into a state of disuse. Treating Eriksson as a criminal of moral turpitude, Gelb argued, would be wrong, cruel, and vengeful. Hogan dismissed Gelb's sociological arguments and reminded the court that Eriksson had pleaded guilty to 60 crimes and could have been charged with hundreds more. Hogan explained that the charges were not selected arbitrarily. Enough witnesses were called to warrant a grand jury indictment representative of the scope of Eriksson's operations. "Experience tells us that gambling brings nothing but crime, poverty, and corruption, whether legal or illegal," Hogan said. Eriksson, he emphasized, had operated as a master mechanic in what has been described as the nation's largest racket. Hogan noted Eriksson's long-standing associations with notorious underworld figures, including Frank Costello, Joe Adonis, Meyer Lansky, and the Detroit Purple Gang. "He has been singularly adroit in evading the law," Hogan asserted. Eriksson, Hogan claimed, knows all the tricks and, in fact, invented most of them. He is allergic to heat in any form. Hogan further rejected the notion of Eriksson being called a gambler, stating, "Gambler is a misnomer. He took no chances. He always had a sure thing, and all he needed was an opportunity to break the law." Despite being arrested 10 times, Eriksson had never spent a day in jail. While Frank Eriksson was being sentenced in special sessions, a smaller-time gambler faced his own consequences one floor below, in Gambler's Court. Thomas Monroe, age 45, of 483 St. Nicholas Avenue, was caught with a single policy slip. He received 6 months in jail and was fined $500. History, as they say, has a way of repeating itself, and nowhere is this more evident than in the tangled web of political corruption and organized crime. This next article in our series delves into the raw power of the mob and the systemic corruption that kept their grip tight on American society. The reason I started this channel was to expose the deep links between organized crime and political corruption, a relationship that stretches back to the Prohibition era, a time when America's streets were flooded with bootleg liquor and backroom deals. This era didn't just change America's nightlife. It changed how business was done, how elections were won, and how power was brokered. Politicians, for the first time in modern history, were handed easy money. It became the grease that turned the wheels of power. The elites, entrenched in their wealth, and street-level gangsters, fattened by their illegal rackets, found mutual benefit in working together. The politicians sought to maintain their control and riches, while the gangsters sought protection for their growing empires. Figures like Lucky Luciano, Frank Costello, and Meyer Lansky understood that controlling politics was the key to controlling America. They didn't just make millions off of gambling, drugs, and vice. They helped create political dynasties, shaping the outcome of elections, and through the unions, they could turn obscure politicians into powerful figures seemingly overnight. The Mafia's relationship with the working class was intimate and shrewd. These mobsters, in many cases, had a better pulse on the thoughts and feelings of everyday Americans than the politicians themselves. Today, politicians rely on polls to tell them what the people think. But back then, the Mafia gathered its own information from the streets, giving them unparalleled insight into what the public wanted. Money was central to this operation. Luciano, Costello, and Lansky made no secret that much of the wealth they accumulated during Prohibition and through the 1930s and 40s was poured back into political corruption. As Luciano famously admitted, they paid off the police, senators, judges, and public officials before they paid themselves. What they did next was unprecedented. They pushed hundreds of thousands of dollars into the hands of politicians who, up until then, were only used to receiving modest bribes of a few $100 or $1,000. This influx of cash created a new wave of political corruption. For the first time, organized crime had become more than just a criminal underworld. They were power brokers shaping the future of America. Even Franklin D. Roosevelt wasn't above tapping into this corrupt network when he needed to. He used the Mafia's influence to spread his message, raise funds, and gain public support in his campaign. Billboards, newspapers, and other forms of mass media were funded by the mob to help push Roosevelt into office. But once FDR secured his position in the White House, he turned on the very people who had helped him. He led a crusade against Luciano, Costello, and others, showing the precariousness of political alliances. As we move into the 1950s, where this documentary is focused, the investigations into organized crime were heating up, and political corruption was in the spotlight. What we see today, dark money, lobbying, and massive campaign contributions, wasn't the norm in those days. But make no mistake, corruption was rampant. It's just that America, still in its isolationist phase, hadn't yet fully embraced the global political stage. The corrupt politicians of the time were mainly operating within the borders, enriching themselves and their cities or states. But as America began its rise to global power, the influx of money into politics became staggering, and it started to spiral out of control. The Italian-American Mafia were pioneers of this type of political manipulation. In New York, figures like Costello and Luciano held sway, while in Chicago, Al Capone and Jake Guzik built empires. In the South, Carlos Marcello controlled Louisiana and much of the Gulf Coast. These mafia figures didn't just control the streets, they controlled politicians, police chiefs, and worked with military generals. And as the mafia's power expanded, so too did their influence over American life. Fast forward to the 1970s, when politicians in Texas and other states were accepting campaign contributions from drug money, and we see the mafia's model of corruption expanding. Political families were built with dirty money, and no one batted an eye. The articles from this time were rife with stories of political corruption, a sinister group of men controlling politicians which would later be referred to as the Mafia. But it's nothing compared to what we face today. Back then, the press exposed these men because they were Mafia men, dragging their names through the mud. The press, while often viewed as the ultimate watchdog in the fight against organized crime, was not without its own entanglements in corruption and influence. Many of the Mafia men, particularly those with interests in racing wires and gambling operations, had strategic alliances with rival newspapers and media moguls. These alliances weren't just about protection. They were about power and influence over the public narrative. Behind the scenes, these mobsters were weaving a web of connections with Hollywood studios and media empires, crafting a vast influence in the entertainment industry. Some newspapers and their owners were relentless in going after these gangsters, but the motivations were often more complex than simply seeking justice. These newspapers were owned by powerful families who had their own political and financial agendas. Many were aligned with the very political elites and rival criminal factions that were shaping the future of America. The press, far from being an impartial observer, was itself a battleground where old money, political families, and criminal organizations vied for control of the public narrative. These newspaper empires weren't just about reporting the news. They controlled ink and paper supplies, distribution networks, and even the studios that shaped public perception through films. Hollywood was a key component of this battle for influence. The Mafia's interests in the racing wires and gambling gave them significant leverage over the media industries, and their infiltration into Hollywood provided them with a powerful tool to control how they and their rivals were portrayed. It's no coincidence that some gangsters appeared to be media darlings, while others were relentlessly pursued and vilified. The powerful families who owned these newspapers had their own alliances, often with political figures or even more sinister networks. These families were deeply entrenched in America's power structure, controlling not just the press, but banking, politics, and industry. The Mafia may have controlled the streets, but these families controlled the nation's narratives. They were the gatekeepers of information, determining which stories would be told and which would be buried. Their interests aligned with those of political dynasties, creating a complex system of mutual protection and influence. This shadowy dance between the press, the political elite, and organized crime played a significant role in shaping American society. While the Mafia was often in the headlines, being cast as the villains of the era, many of the families who owned and operated the media were just as invested in maintaining control over American life. The real fight wasn't just about taking down mobsters. It was about ensuring that those in power, whether in politics, business, or the media, remained untouchable. The Mafia's influence in Hollywood and the press only added to their ability to manipulate public perception. They weren't just gangsters, they were becoming cultural figures, sometimes glorified, sometimes vilified, but always maintaining a presence in the national consciousness. The newspapers that targeted them did so not only to expose their criminal activities, but often because they were involved in their own rivalries for control of the media and political landscape. This deeper level of corruption and influence between the Mafia, the press, and political power underscores the intricate and far-reaching networks that shaped mid-20th century America. The public saw gangsters being taken down, but what they didn't see were the powerful alliances and rivalries that lurked beneath the surface, where the real control of America was being fought over. Not just in the streets, but in the headlines, boardrooms, and studios. Today, the press is controlled by a new elite, one that learned from history and ensures that the true power brokers remain in the shadows. What took down the Mafia wasn't law enforcement. It was the press. Once Luciano, Costello, and others became household names, their anonymity was shattered, and their empires began to crumble. Today's ruling class, however, remains hidden, controlling everything from the media to the military-industrial complex. The Mafia may no longer hold the same power, but their lessons have been absorbed by a new kind of Mafia, one that knows how to control the world without ever stepping into the spotlight. This article, which blared the headlines, reading, "Florida Gambling, Probed while Gillette Committee, Soft Pedals, Big Campaign Contributors," looks into these themes in depth, linking the past with the present, to show that political corruption, dark money, and lobbying have only grown more sophisticated and more dangerous over time. The headline was followed up with, "Kefauver investigators will find racketeers buying politicians in huge Pennsylvania campaign with gifts manages to escape inspection." What we see today is the evolution of a system that Luciano, Costello, Jake Guzik, Carlos Marcello, Joe Zerilli, and others helped to create. They may be gone, but their legacy of political manipulation lives on, thriving in the hands of those who now control America's destiny. Two Democratic senators from different regions appear to have widely differing views on large campaign contributions. Number one is the serious-minded Senator Estes Kefauver of Tennessee, who on Thursday launched a significant investigation into Florida gambling, including the third of $1 million funneled into the political campaign of Fuller Warren to elect him governor of Florida. Warren is a Democrat, as is Kefauver, but the senator isn't letting that fact interfere with the investigation. Number two is the amiable silver-haired Senator Guy Gillette of Iowa, chairman of a Senate committee supposedly investigating large campaign contributions. When Gillette was asked too many questions about the contributions, he simply tipped his hat and walked away. This year, more money has been funneled into senatorial primaries than almost any other year in history, by both Democrats and Republicans. However, Gillette does not seem keen on embarrassing either party. Down in Miami, Senator Kefauver's investigation will delve into how gambling rackets have become intertwined with political rackets. Though I haven't spoken to Kefauver's investigators, I have studied Florida gambling and can provide a general overview of what they will likely uncover. Gambling in Florida's lavish winter sporting venues is divided among three major groups. Number one is the old Capone mob, led by William Johnston of Chicago and Jacksonville, controls dog racing throughout the state. The second is the S&G syndicate, a group of local businessmen, controls bookmaking in Miami and Miami Beach. The third is the New York mob, under Meyer Lansky, an associate of Frank Costello, operates in Broward County, north of Miami Beach. To protect the millions in profits generated from these operations, these groups bribe local sheriffs and even the governor of Florida. For instance, when the Chicago gang told the S&G syndicate to share the Miami bookmaking racket, the S&G syndicate appealed to the man it had helped elect to office, Dade County Sheriff Jimmy Sullivan. When the Chicago gang faced resistance from the S&G syndicate, it turned to the man it had helped elect as governor, Fuller Warren. Dog racer William Johnston contributed an astounding $154,000 to Warren's primary campaign, despite the fact that state law at the time limited contributions to $5,000 per person. After Warren was elected, he changed the law. Another $154,000 was given and loaned to Warren by Louis Wolfson of Jacksonville, again in violation of the $5,000 limit. Now, Governor Warren finds himself caught in the middle of a gambling war, and the Kefauver Crime Committee is keen to discover what the gamblers received in return for their massive campaign contributions. Meanwhile, in the good old Republican state of Pennsylvania, other large campaign contributions have been revealed. This time, it's not gamblers, but big manufacturers making the contributions. Joe Grundy, the famed GOP high-tariff advocate, donated $94,000 to the J. Cook John Kunkel campaign in Pennsylvania to defeat Governor Jim Duff, also a Republican. Mason Owlett contributed $52,000 and loaned another $45,000, while his wife gave $3,000. W.T. Wright also loaned $156,135 to the Kunkel Cook Committee. However, in Washington, Senator Gillette did not seem particularly interested in these large contributions. He sent Fielding Wright, Jr., son of the Mississippi Dixiecrat governor, to Pennsylvania to investigate the substantial funds provided by the manufacturers. It was later revealed that Wright mainly paid a social call on the Pennsylvania Secretary of State. When asked about Wright's activities in Pennsylvania, Gillette admitted he didn't know. "Aren't you the chairman?" the senator was asked. "Of course, but I don't keep track of every detail," said Gillette, reaching for his hat. When reminded that Wright had merely picked up information available in the Secretary of State's office, information anyone could obtain by writing a letter, Gillette insisted, no, he got more information than that. When asked about Wright's qualifications as an investigator, Gillette responded, "I don't know." Pressed further about whether he had reviewed Wright's qualifications before hiring him, Gillette, again reaching for his hat, replied, "Sure." But when asked how much investigative experience Wright had, Gillette avoided the question altogether. "I'm just not going to give you that information," he said. "Isn't it true that Wright spends most of his time in the office of Senator Stennis of Mississippi, rather than out in the field investigating campaign expenditures?" The reporter persisted. This time, Gillette not only grabbed his hat, but quickly ducked through the door and walked briskly down the Senate office building corridor. "The senator," explained his assistant, "has to meet some Boy Scouts." That perhaps explains the type of handshaking that likable Guy Gillette prefers at a time when as much as $1.5 million has been spent in a single primary to elect a man to a position paying only $12,500. Maybe Gillette thinks meeting Boy Scouts is more important, But when the voters wake up to what's going on, they probably won't agree. The battle for hearts and minds in 1950s America raged on multiple fronts, with paranoia, power, and corruption shaping the national landscape. Senators like Joe McCarthy were fanning the flames of the Red Scare, launching witch hunts against communists at home, arresting politicians, judges, and activists in a fervor to root out the so-called enemy. His key enforcer, the sinister Roy Cohn, would later entangle himself with organized crime. Meanwhile, McCarthy's tangled web also ensnared figures like Robert F. Kennedy, who became so consumed by the hearings that McCarthy himself, fully aware of the farce he was orchestrating, had to reach out to Joseph Kennedy. McCarthy urged him to pull his son out, as Robert was taking the proceedings far too seriously. At that time, Joseph Kennedy was McCarthy's top financial backer, underscoring the toxic blend of politics, power, and influence. Simultaneously, other senators were setting their sights on the menace of organized crime and its grip on American society. They listened closely to voices like Henry Anslinger, the nation's narcotics agent czar, who warned of a vast syndicate controlling money laundering, gambling, and political corruption. This network, with its tendrils extending through prostitution, labor unions, and even Hollywood, was wielding immense power. Drug money was flowing into political campaigns, unions were manipulating the press, and mobsters like Meyer Lansky were raking in billions from Miami to New York, from Detroit to New Orleans. Lansky had become one of the most powerful crime figures in American history, a mastermind who orchestrated a seamless alliance between Jewish, Italian, and Irish crime families, creating a global criminal empire. Lansky wasn't just a gangster. He was a strategist, deeply immersed in the world of banking and finance. He had transformed himself into the face of organized crime's dealings with the legitimate financial world. He was the linchpin, negotiating funding for illicit operations while navigating the treacherous waters of American law enforcement, which had begun to zero in on his activities. He could see the tide turning. The days of prohibition-fueled violence and Depression-era chaos had passed. Now the media had a sharper focus, and men like Lansky were becoming infamous, their names splashed across headlines nationwide. The pressure from the press, the police and corrupt officials demanding ever higher payoffs, began to suffocate his operations. This rising heat drove Lansky to shift his focus abroad. Cuba became his promised land, with Havana at the center of his empire. He invested heavily in casinos and businesses across the island, transforming it into a mobster's paradise. Lansky, who hated gambling himself, bet everything on Cuba. He understood the island's politics and history, and he knew the immense influence he and his allies wielded. Beyond the casinos, he even offered services to the US government, sharing intelligence and forging covert partnerships with agencies like the CIA. But Lansky's foresight couldn't save him from the winds of revolution. A decade later, Fidel Castro's rise to power would topple Lansky's empire in Havana, forcing him to watch as his investments evaporated. The collapse of European empires, from the British to the French, further dismantled his offshore operations. What had once seemed unstoppable was now falling apart. The tide had turned on organized crime, and the law, media, and public were closing in. In the summer of 1950, the Miami Crime Commission took center stage, unveiling charts that exposed the scope of illegal gambling operations in Dade and Broward counties. No fewer than 32 gambling establishments thrived along the county lines between 1946 and 1950, with Lansky's casinos standing out as the most lucrative. His associates, men like Vincent Alo, also known as Jimmy Blue Eyes, William Bischoff, Lefty Clark, and his brother Jake Lansky, would soon become key players in his Havana empire, but the pressure was mounting. The National Racing Wire scandal, soon to be exposed, would push Lansky to take his empire overseas. Yet, his story is one of grand ambition, dangerous alliances, and ultimately shattered dreams. What had been meticulously built over decades crumbled in the face of revolution and reform. A stark reminder of the fragility of power, even in the shadowy world of organized crime. Senator Estes Kefauver, the chairman of the committee, opened the Miami session by explaining its purpose. He made it clear that while the committee had developed matters in Washington and other areas, they were now focusing on interstate transactions involving Florida. He emphasized that the committee was not a court. Its role was not to punish anyone, but to provide a comprehensive overview of the criminal issues they were investigating. It's important to remember that while we will present the big picture, the responsibility of handling local crime falls to local law enforcement and the citizens who want good government, he explained. Federal laws can't do much unless local people are willing to enforce them. We're here to assist law enforcement agencies, not to compete with them. He went on to describe the magnitude of the crime problem, stating that crime-related activities, including gambling, siphoned between $15 and $22 billion a year from the American people, far more than what the country was spending on its armed forces at the time. Kefauver then noted that these hearings were part of an ongoing investigation into organized crime in Dade and Broward counties. However, some key witnesses, such as Sam Cohen and others, could not be located at their usual residences or places of business. He reassured the public that these witnesses would be found and brought before the committee. Sam Cohen, for instance, had surgery recently and is in the hospital, but he has expressed his willingness to testify when he's able. The first person called to the stand was Walter Morris, a former grand jury foreman for Dade County in 1949. He was questioned by Rudolph Halley, the committee investigator. As Morris began speaking, it became clear that there was a considerable presence of criminal elements in the Miami and South Florida area during his time as foreman. It was hard to believe that crime could continue in such a widespread manner without some level of involvement or at least condemnation from local law enforcement, Morris said thoughtfully. Crime was everywhere, particularly gambling operations, he continued. We found evidence that bookmaking was thriving in both Miami and Miami Beach. People could easily walk into well-appointed air-conditioned places to engage in card games, dice games, roulette, and of course, bookmaking. Morris also discussed how the numbers racket and bolita were flourishing in the area, with very little effort made to curb these illegal activities. He seemed almost resigned as he explained how these operations were happening openly, right under the noses of the police. It would be hard to imagine that such extensive gambling operations could exist without being part of a larger organized system, Morris remarked. He added that the evidence presented to the grand jury suggested that many of these criminal activities were orchestrated from outside the local area. We saw indications that criminal operations were often directed from other counties or even other states. When asked why the grand jury didn't indict the criminals they knew about, Morris sighed. It seemed pointless to go after small-time bookmakers who were just a tiny piece of a much larger puzzle. And unfortunately, we couldn't get to the bigger players, the ones who were really running the show. We tried for 6 months, but they were out of our reach. As Morris concluded his testimony, it became clear that the conditions he described had been going on for quite some time, with little change. The challenge of dealing with such well-organized criminal enterprises, especially those operating across state lines, was daunting, even for local law enforcement. The conversation between the committee and witnesses continued as Senator Lester Hunt inquired about the cooperation between law enforcement and the grand jury. He asked whether local officers brought information to the grand jury about the so-called big operators involved in gambling. Walter Morris, the former grand jury foreman, responded with a sigh. We didn't receive any information from them about the big-time operators. Unfortunately, they didn't provide us with that level of detail. Senator Hunt pressed further, asking which local official held the most responsibility for enforcing gambling and vice laws. Morris answered, "I'd say the sheriff does." Hunt then asked if the sheriff had appeared before the grand jury, to which Morris replied, "No, he didn't. For much of our time, I believe he was out of state, fishing." Senator Hunt confirmed, "The sheriff you're referring to is Sheriff Jimmy Millivan of Dade County." Morris nodded. "Yes, that's correct." Next, Judge Stanley Millage took the stand. He had been the state attorney in Dade County from 1913 to 1943, and had served as a circuit judge for the past 5 years. Halley asked if Millage had ever appointed private citizens as agents of the court to help gather evidence. Millage explained, "Yes, on one occasion. Some people came to me with an affidavit, along with photographs of a place at Miami Beach. It wasn't just a gambling establishment, but a relay station for bookmaking operations. Based on the affidavit, we issued a warrant, but there was doubt as to whether law enforcement would effectively serve it. So I appointed an Elliser to handle it." When asked about the result, Millage confirmed, "The warrant was served, and an indictment was found on the premises. However," he added, "the prosecution of that case wouldn't be in the circuit court, so after the warrant was returned to me, I handed it over to the Criminal Court of Record in Dade County." Halley pressed for more details. "Did they find a large number of telephones there?" Millage nodded. "Yes, they did, along with evidence of a bookmaking operation." When Halley asked if the case had gone to trial, Millage shook his head. "No, there has been no trial yet, despite the arrest being made around April 1949. Senator Kefauver interjected, "Is that kind of delay normal for this type of case?" Millage responded, "For a case like this, it's not unusual. If it were just a small-time bookmaker, then yes, it would be considered a longer than usual delay." Halley then asked, "Are you suggesting that in cases involving important lawbreakers, there's often a delay in the administration of justice in Dade County?" Millage acknowledged, "Yes, there are always difficulties. Sometimes it's the absence of witnesses, but there's often more to it." When asked if the police had cooperated with the Ellisers during the search warrant, Millage admitted, "There was hostility from the police officers involved. They didn't assist the Ellisers, they tried to hinder them." Kefauver was curious about Millage's overall opinion on the difficulties local law enforcement faced. "What's the real issue here, Judge Millage?" he asked. Millage explained, "There's a combination of technical difficulties and a lack of willingness. We often have the unfortunate situation where, at any given time, some officials want to enforce the laws, while others do not. It's hard to get everyone organized and on the same page." Kefauver pushed further. "Do you think the judiciary shares some of the blame for this?" Millage admitted, "Yes, in some cases. There's a certain fear of the power behind organized crime. People in elected positions, including judges, are often concerned about re-election and the influence of money from criminal rackets. They fear that antagonizing these groups could lead to large amounts of money being used against them in the next election." Senator Hunt, continuing the discussion, shifted the focus to the local perception of gambling's impact on the economy. "Do many people in this area still believe that gambling is good for business and prosperity?" he asked. Millage responded, "Yes, but not as many as we used to have. Perhaps 10 years ago, a majority of people thought that gambling was an economic necessity. But now, most people understand that it's actually an economic loss." Hunt agreed, noting, "We've seen figures showing that the profits from gambling in this area estimated at around $15 million a year don't stay in Florida. They go to syndicates in New York, Cleveland, Chicago, Los Angeles, and so on. If gambling were eliminated, that money could go into legitimate business channels." At this point, Daniel Sullivan, the operating director of the Crime Commission of Greater Miami, was called to the witness stand, continuing the inquiry into organized crime in South Florida. Daniel P. Sullivan, the operating director of the Crime Commission of Greater Miami, took the stand to explain the charts he had prepared, showing the known gangsters living and operating in Miami Beach, as well as in other parts of Dade and Broward counties. He began by tracing the bookie network that extended across state lines. In 1945 and 1946, while I was with the State Racing Commission, I investigated the wire service used for bookmaking, Sullivan explained. At that time, the service originated in Baltimore, Maryland, and ran all the way down through Maryland, Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina, and into Florida, specifically Miami. Along this line, there were several drops where local distributors would collect the information and disseminate it to bookies. He paused, then continued. The primary distribution points were located at two places, one in Dade County at the Dade County News Dealers on Northwest First Court, across from the courthouse, and the other in Broward County at a place called The Farm. These locations received information via a drop wire and broadcast it locally through ticker systems. Sullivan described how the local distributor would lease wires from Western Union to connect bookies to the wire service. The setup allowed an announcer to broadcast information via a microphone, which was linked to multiple wires connected through the Western Union frame. This meant that bookies all over the area could receive the information simultaneously. He went on to explain that the farm in Broward County had been strategically established so that if Dade County authorities interrupted the service, the operation could continue from Broward County. By 1946, there were around 22 outlets for wire service in the Greater Miami area, but within a year, that number had exploded to between 120 and 125. Sullivan acknowledged that wire services had been made illegal in Florida by December 1949, but he noted that the identities of the individuals connected to operations such as the Colonial Inn, Club Greenacres, and Club Boheme would be covered in a later chart. He then turned to the major gambling operations in Broward County. The Colonial Inn was a significant gambling hub until it was closed in May 1948. The operation was controlled by Jake Lansky and his brother, Meyer Lansky, along with others like Joseph Adonis Dotto, also known as Joe Adonis, Vincent Allo, or Jimmy Blue Eyes, and several others. He explained that the Colonial Inn had originally been a joint venture between New York and Detroit gamblers. The Detroit group, led by Meyer Weil, Reuben Matthews, and Danny Sullivan, held about 32% interest. However, after 1946, the Detroit group's interest was absorbed by the New York operators. Sullivan linked the operations of the Colonial Inn to those at Club Greenacres, noting that 90% of the ownership was the same for both. The main source of income at Greenacres came from the crap game, which was controlled by William Bischoff, also known as Lefty Clark. Joe Massey from Detroit financed Bischoff. He then connected these operations to the Club Collins in Miami Beach. That club, located at 20th Street and Collins Avenue, was involved in a gambling operation until about 2 months ago. The key figures involved were Jack Friedlander from Newark, Joseph Massey from Detroit, William Bischoff, Trigger Mike Coppola from New York City, and Bonnie Cave, also from New York. Sullivan noted that Friedlander was not only involved in the Club Collins, but was also a partner in the Inland Club, a gambling house located in Sunny Isles in Dade County. That operation was controlled by Jack Friedlander, Samuel Cohen, Herbert Mannheim of Detroit, and Sam Gameboy Miller from Cleveland, Ohio. Moving forward, Sullivan highlighted the connections of other key figures, such as Frank Erickson and Bert Briggs, who each held a 5% interest in both the Club Greenacres and the Colonial Inn operations. Erickson, in particular, had extended his influence into Palm Beach County, where he controlled the gambling casino at the Boca Raton Club. Ericsson's operations in Dade County began at the Wofford Hotel in 1941, continued through 1946, and later moved to the Roney Plaza Hotel in 1948 for part of the season, and finally to the Boulevard Hotel from 1946 to 1950, Sullivan added. However, he explained that Ericsson's operations were not typical of Miami Beach hotel gambling concessions, which were usually leased out for amounts ranging from $2,500 to $50,000 per season. Sullivan concluded by mentioning testimony given in a circuit court case, which revealed that Frank Erickson had borrowed $25,000 from John Anoff, also known as John King of Cleveland, Ohio, to finance the construction of the Raleigh Hotel in Miami Beach. He also testified that at different times he had borrowed various sums of money from Jimmy Kelly, a well-known operator from Cleveland, Ohio. Kelly maintains his office in the Chester Building in Cleveland. Kelly was known to lend money to one or more individuals who had the privilege of establishing bookmaking operations within the hotels and the cabanas located outside the hotels. Erickson, however, did not have an interest in the gambling concessions within the Wofford Hotel. Instead, he used the hotel as a headquarters for his agents, which included Bert Briggs, L.A. Cantor, Frank Strader, and Jackie Zeldo. The Wofford Hotel served as the base for Ericsson's operations, handling large layoff bets or money received from locations such as New York, New Jersey, and possibly other areas. Some of this money was taken to racetracks and placed through the mutual machines, mainly for the purpose of laying off bets wagered on specific horses. The hotel essentially acted as the headquarters for Ericsson's racetrack activities, along with his agents. A similar situation existed at the Boulevard Hotel. Although the Roney Plaza Hotel was different, it operated as a gambling concession. This concession allowed the hotel to accept bets from customers inside the hotel and from those in the cabanas by the ocean. The same group operating the Colonial Inn also had ties to the operations of the Louisiana Mint Company. That company, run by Phil Castell and Jack Lansky of Broward County, was engaged in joint gambling ventures with others. Sullivan then put up the third chart, illustrating 3 hotels at Miami Beach: the Wofford Hotel, the Grand Hotel, and the Sands Hotel. These hotels were significant because of the people who frequented them, using them as meeting places for various operations. The history of the Wofford Hotel is rooted in a lease signed by Thomas Cassara and Neil Lang on November 1, 1940, for a 10-year period. Cassara, an attorney who graduated from the National Law School in Washington, D.C., had lived in New London, Connecticut, before coming to Miami. Lang, at the time, was the manager of the Raleigh Hotel in Miami Beach, where Cassara was also employed. According to a lawsuit later filed in circuit court, Lang claimed he had no interest in the Wofford Hotel's operations, stating he signed the lease merely as a favor to Cassara. Cassara ran the hotel for 1 year before entering into a contract with Abe Allenberg and Frank Erickson. According to the contract, Allenberg and Erickson agreed to invest $10,000 each into the hotel's operation. In 1940, Cassara, who had connections with Anthony Carfano, also known as Little Augie, secured a loan, but there was testimony indicating Carfano himself had no personal interest in the hotel. By 1941, Cassara left for Chicago, and Allenberg became the resident manager, with Max Marmerstein taking over as the primary operator. Marmerstein, a seasoned hotel operator, managed the Wofford Hotel from Cleveland. His telephones were removed in 1943 after they were discovered to be linked to gambling operations. The Chester Building, where his office was located, served as the headquarters for the Empire News Service, a known operation run by Mussie Wexler. By 1941, several figures, including Otto Lorenzen, a nephew of John Angersola, Abe Allenberg, and John Angersola himself, were named as partners in the hotel's operations. Interestingly, Anthony Carfano, though previously uninvolved, later signed correspondence from the hotel using the title Managing Director. The Wofford Hotel became a meeting place for notorious racketeers and gangsters from across the country, including Little Augie and his affiliates. Erickson, along with Bert Briggs, Al Cantor, Jackie Zeldo, and Frank Strader, used the hotel as their base for on-track gambling operations. This included private, high-stakes gambling games. Participants included Joe Massel of Detroit, Charles Fischetti of Chicago, Angelo Gyp DiCarlo of New Jersey, Alfred Big Al Polizzi, and others such as Trigger Mike Coppola of New York. In addition to these infamous individuals, regular visitors included Joe Adonis, Meyer Lansky, Vincent Arlo, better known as Jimmy Blue Eyes, Frank Costello, and figures from Cleveland like George Angasola and Tony Civetta. Other prominent attendees included Abner Longy Zwillman from Newark, Nick Delmore from Elizabeth, New Jersey, and Willie Moretti from Bergen County, New Jersey. These individuals frequented the Wofford Hotel, along with Youngstown, Ohio, connections like Joseph Jasper Aiello and Frank DeFilippo from New Jersey. One particularly notable figure was Joe Bernstein from Detroit. Bernstein, who was part owner of the lounge at the Albion Hotel in Miami Beach, was known to have connections to Mickey Cohen, a notorious gangster based in New York City. Telephone calls were traced from Cohen's phone to Bernstein's lounge. In 1949, Bernstein took over as manager of the Max Cohen Distributing Company, a beer distributorship in Miami. However, after incurring debts between $7,000 and $8,000, he fled to California to join his brother Izzy Bernstein, who owned a string of racehorses on the West Coast. Joe Bernstein returned to Miami Beach for the following season. Vincent Alo, a prominent figure in the gambling world, resided at 1248 Monroe Street in Hollywood, Florida. He operated the Chatterbox nightclub near New Brunswick, New Jersey, in partnership with Angelo Gyp DiCarlo, another infamous gambling operator. DiCarlo also co-owned the DeRiga Trading Corporation with William Fats Riga. The company owned a large sub-chaser, which had been converted into a refrigerated fishing boat in Miami Beach 2 years prior. The two men, along with Frank DeFilippo, were involved in this venture. The Wofford Hotel's operations were closely tied to those of the Grand Hotel, particularly through the involvement of John Angasola of Cleveland. Angasola, along with his brother Fred and Benny Street, signed a lease on the Grand Hotel in 1944. Thomas Cassara, who had previously operated the Grand Hotel, was also connected to the Wofford Hotel. He owned the Grand Hotel until 1937, when he sold it, only to later lease nightclubs associated with the property. In 1940, Cassara signed a 5-year lease with the Angasola brothers. But by 1941, the same year he left the Wofford Hotel, Cassara withdrew from the nightclub operations. These nightclubs, which had struggled financially, remained closed for several years, although one, Chez Paris, was reopened recently as a strip club. The lease on the Grand Hotel, although in the name of Thomas Cassara and Fred Angasola, did not reflect the true ownership of all the parties involved. In 1944, in connection with the 5-year lease given to Fred Angasola and Benny Street, a deposit of $28,000 was required. $15,000 of this amount was provided by Benny Street, and $16,500 was put up by Joey Massey, whose name does not appear on the official record as having any interest in the hotel. Afterward, Joe Massey took up residence in the penthouse of the Grand Hotel. More recently, he's been living in a newly constructed home at 520 Lakeview Drive in Miami Beach. In 1944, Dave Glass, a numbers operator and horsebook operator from Philadelphia, joined Benny Street, also a horsebook operator, in taking over the lease on the Sands Hotel. This lease required a $90,000 deposit in rent money. The lease was signed and the hotel has been operated by these two men since that time, with Dave Glass personally operating a gambling concession at the hotel. the Sands Hotel soon became a gathering place for a group of gamblers, racketeers, and gangsters from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, led by Nig Rosen. This group had taken over gambling operations and concessions at several hotels in Miami Beach, but used the Sands Hotel as their headquarters. Associated with them at the Sands Hotel was Jack Friedlander of Newark, New Jersey, and Marco Reginelli of Camden, New Jersey, also known as the Little Guy. William Moretti, alias Willie Moore, from Bergen County, New Jersey, was also frequently at the hotel with Nig Rosen. In February 1949, the wire service in the Miami Beach area was cut off. On the Sunday following the shutoff, there was a meeting at the Sands Hotel, attended by Marco Reginelli, Nig Rosen, and a few others from the same mob. The history and connections of this gang are outlined in a letter from the Philadelphia Police Department, dated July 19, 1949, written by Frank Richardson, the Assistant Superintendent of Police commanding the Detective Division. The letter details the gang's operations and their history in the Philadelphia area, starting from the early 1920s during Prohibition, when they established themselves as bootleggers and rum runners. One of the people connected to the Sands Hotel, as noted by hotel employees, was Alfred Big Al Polizzi from Cleveland, Ohio. Polizzi, who has a known criminal record, moved to the Miami area in recent years and is now involved in the construction business. Despite his current occupation, he has maintained connections with figures like Little Augie, Pisano, and others who frequented the Wofford Hotel. Polizzi is also the owner of the yacht Wood Duck, which is anchored at the Miami Beach boat slips. This yacht, registered under Coast Guard number 41J198, was previously owned by Arthur McBride of Cleveland, Ohio, the former owner of the Continental Press Wire Service. McBride transferred ownership of the boat to Fred Angersola, alias Fred King, in July 1940. After several ownership changes, the boat was ultimately sold to Alfred Polizzi by Amy King, the wife of John King, on June 3, 1944. Polizzi's association with John Angersola is further reflected in a real estate transaction recorded in Dade County, which shows that certain lots in the Riviera section of Coral Gables were jointly held by John and Amy Angersola and Alfred and Philomena Polizzi. In addition to his yacht, Polizzi owned several other properties in the Coral Gables area. On July 29, 1946, Arthur Mickey McBride and Alfred Polizzi jointly acquired the entire subdivision known as University Estates in Coral Gables from Mildred Pafford, George Newsom, Mary Newsom, Harry Shank, and Goldie Shank. Polizzi's criminal connections extend beyond real estate. In 1939, a major investigation into the numbers racket was conducted by the Cleveland Police Department, which resulted in the indictment of 19 individuals. Among those indicted were John Angersola, George or Fred Angersola, and another individual named Scuria, who fled to Mexico. 6 of the indicted individuals, including the Angersola brothers, used the Wood Duck yacht to flee from Cleveland, navigating the Great Lakes and passing through the inland waterways to Miami. In 1941, the case went to trial, and the Angersola brothers were acquitted. This investigation focused on extortion connected to the numbers racket, particularly involving the African American community. There has been a close connection between the patrons and associates of both the Wofford Hotel and the Grand Hotel. The Grand Hotel, located on 23rd Street, is only 2 blocks from the Wofford Hotel, and many of the same individuals who frequented the Wofford also visited the Grand. The area around the Grand Hotel became nationally known as a meeting place for some of the most notorious racketeers and gangsters in the United States. Joe Massey, for example, has spent the majority of the past 10 years in Miami Beach. His interests are reflected in his involvement in the lease of the Grand Hotel, and his ownership of the home at 520 Lakeview Drive demonstrates his substantial financial resources. Additionally, he is one-half owner of the Miami Provision Company, an exclusive provisioning company in Miami. Massey is also connected to Tony Accardo, a prominent figure from Chicago. Accardo's brother, Martin Accardo, resides at 1217 Granada Avenue in Coral Gables, and Tony Accardo is the owner of a yacht named Clarijo, which is stored at the Miami Beach boat slips. This boat is registered in River Forest, Illinois. Several years ago, Joe Massey made arrangements for the rental of this boat slip, stating at the time that he was doing so on behalf of his partner from Chicago, Tony Accardo. Since then, the boat has been used by Harry Russo of Chicago for fishing trips and other pleasure activities. It is likely that further testimony will reveal connections between this boat, Harry Russo's residence, and George Bowers, one of the operators of the Sunny Isles Casino in Sunny Isles, Florida. Louis Ricciardi, another individual involved, has a lengthy criminal record, including multiple arrests for drug violations, 4 charges of murder, and numerous counts of armed robbery. His residence at 9166 Harding Avenue in Surfside has also been identified. It's important to clarify that while the chart shows definite connections between certain hotel operations and various groups, it does not mean that all these individuals can be neatly tied together as part of a single organization. The relationships between these people are complex, and their associations may not always fit into a clear, unified block. My investigations, as reflected by my testimony, have shown that there is a community of interests between 5 groups, and an overlapping of operations both in gambling and legitimate business, which is quite difficult to trace. The geographical origin of a particular individual does not necessarily mean they remain tied to the people from the town they came from. This has been particularly evident in Miami, where we see a mix of people involved in both legitimate businesses and rackets. These individuals come from places like St. Paul, Minneapolis, Chicago, Detroit, Cleveland, Youngstown, Akron, Buffalo, Boston, Providence, New York City, Philadelphia, Washington, D.C., and almost every large town east of the Mississippi River. Their connections surface at different times in different operations with various individuals. For instance, Fred Angasola is shown as the operator and lessee of the Grand Hotel, while his brother John Angasola is involved with the Wofford Hotel. However, the Wofford Hotel itself is a mix of individuals from Cleveland and New York City. The people participating in gambling activities at the Wofford come from places like New York, Detroit, Philadelphia, Providence, New Jersey, Cleveland, and other cities. This pattern persists throughout our investigations. While there may be a common enterprise like gambling, these individuals maintain their own distinct interests, regardless of their geographical location. In the case of gambling in Broward County, it appears that the major gambling activities have been controlled primarily by a group of New York racketeers, excluding those from Chicago, Detroit, and other cities. Meanwhile, in the Miami area, gambling has largely been controlled by local operators, though in the past year or two, this has begun to shift. Legitimate business interests, however, tend to overlap between individuals and operations. For example, at the Martinique Hotel in Miami Beach, Isidore Blumenfield, also known as Kid Can, has been named by various sources as a significant owner of that property. The real estate on which the Martinique Hotel stands is owned by a corporation, and the lots south of the hotel are also owned by the same corporation. One of the principal officers of this corporation is Ed Berman from Minneapolis, Minnesota. Ed Berman is one of 3 brothers, Edward Berman, Dave Berman, and Charles Berman. Edward Berman has a criminal record, having been sentenced to 5 years in federal prison in 1933 for conspiracy related to a kidnapping charge. Dave Berman also has a long criminal history, with multiple arrests and a conviction that landed him in Sing Sing prison in 1927. Their brother Charles, who goes by the alias Chick Berman, is involved in gambling concessions in Miami Beach and was frequently seen at the Club Boheme and Club Green Acres in Broward County this past season. The Martinique Hotel opened in 1946, just after World War II. The gambling concession at this hotel was taken over by a New Yorker named Julius Kramer, who is also known by the aliases Julius Steele and Julius Berman. In Miami Beach, he is commonly referred to as Jules Beeman. His criminal record, which dates back to 1924, includes numerous arrests for grand larceny, felonious assault, and drug violations. After taking control of the gambling concession, Beeman was called to testify as a material witness in a federal inquiry into narcotics operations in the area. Over the past year or so, he has also become a partner in the Little Syndicate, a gambling syndicate in Miami Beach. This syndicate has been controlled by two gamblers, Sammy Clark and Harris Levinson, but recently, Jules Beeman has emerged as one of its principal owners. In examining the real estate records of Dade County, we found that Isidore Blumenfeld, along with Ed Berman and Blumenfeld's brothers, Harry and Yiddy Bloom, were involved in the acquisition of significant property holdings in the greater Miami area. They were joined by Abe Brownstein, his wife Emma, S.I. Birnbaum, his wife Bertha Birnbaum, and S.W. and Leroy Feldman, all from Minneapolis, Minnesota. Their joint or partial ownership includes properties like the LaBelle Apartments at 344 Euclid Avenue in Miami Beach, the Hollingsworth Apartment at 1641 Pennsylvania Avenue, the Tamiami Hotel at Northwest 2nd Avenue, and Flagler Street, the Martinique Hotel, and several undeveloped lots on Byron Avenue in Miami Beach. In addition to this, our investigation uncovered extensive oceanfront property ownership by members of the S&G Syndicate, as well as other prominent figures in Miami Beach. Investigations previously led by Melvin Richard, currently a city councilman, revealed that the S&G Syndicate had acquired prime oceanfront property extending from the Firestone Estate at 43rd Street in Miami Beach up to and beyond 62nd Street. Among the property owners were Harold Salvi, Charles Friedman, Sam Cohen, Jules Levitt, Virginia Levitt, Sam Friedman, Samuel Haas, a retired criminal lawyer from Cleveland, and Thomas McGinty, who operated the Mounds Club in Cleveland. They owned some of the most valuable, non-commercial real estate in Miami Beach. Further investigations into the ownership of oceanfront property south of Palm Beach in Lake Worth, Florida, revealed that the Palm Beach Ambassador Hotel was owned by Samuel Haas. The Bernstein brothers, a construction company from Cleveland, built that hotel. One of the officers in that company, Fallard Rowan, was linked to telephone calls originating from the West Coast, likely from Mickey Cohen, a known gambling operator. Another notable figure is Edward Strong, a former racetrack owner in Ohio and a major stockholder in the Detroit racetrack. Strong is associated with Arthur McBride of Cleveland in several business ventures and was found to own a substantial amount of property in Palm Beach. On May 23, 1950, 2 lawsuits were filed in the Circuit Court of Dade County requesting the rezoning of property north of the Firestone Estate. The properties owned by members of the S&G Syndicate were part of the suits filed by Harold Salvi and Thomas McGinty. Their goal was to change the zoning from residential to hotel and apartment usage, which would increase the value of the properties by 300% to 400%, leading to significant financial gains if the zoning changes were approved. The involvement of racketeers in legitimate business ventures extends to the ownership of Lyric, a wired music organization in Miami Beach. The majority of the stock in this company is owned by Benny Kay, who was also connected to gambling operations at the Club Collins on Collins Avenue. On February 27, 1950, during an investigation into illegal telephone installations at gambling locations in Miami Beach, we found 2 men, Melvin Ziegler and Lawrence A. Bridis, driving a 1941 Buick Club Coupe. They were observed retrieving telephone equipment from a Miami Beach telephone company truck. This occurred behind Lincoln Road, and the 2 men spent about 15 to 20 minutes removing a large amount of equipment from the truck. The secret installation of telephone wires, which was discovered during this investigation, indicates a more extensive operation than initially thought. The initial information from our inquiry indicated that these men were installing and removing telephones from bookmaking establishments in Miami Beach. During the course of surveillance, investigators observed them entering various hotels and cabana locations with telephone instruments, wires, and other telephone equipment, and then returning with different equipment, which appeared to have been replaced. Since then, we've received further information and are now investigating the purchase agreement for certain sound equipment used to transmit information illegally by wire. This equipment can be connected to either a telephone wire or a power line and allows communications to be sent over those lines via carrier current, with signals being picked up within a 12 to 15-mile radius. Afternoon session. The committee. The committee will come to order. Mr. Sullivan, will you return to the stand? Mr. Sullivan. Yes, sir. The committee. All right, Mr. Sullivan, please continue with your testimony. Mr. Sullivan. Regarding the oceanfront lots. I testified about earlier. Those lots were valued at $800 to $1,000 per front foot a year ago. With the current zoning changes, the value has dropped by approximately 4%, bringing the price to between $3,750 and $4,000 per front foot. I'd like to conclude by stating that the primary gambling operations in Dade County are largely limited to horse bookmaking, and the major operations are controlled by the S&G syndicate. The members of this syndicate include Jules Levitt, Sam Cohen, Charles Friedman, Harold Salvi, Eddie Rosenbaum, and Harry Russell. Russell has only been a member for about the last 15 months. Prior to that, he was connected with the Capone syndicate, partnering in gambling operations at the Silver Bar with Charles Gill and Ralph Pierce at 400 South State Street. The Miami Syndicate, an older gambling syndicate, has primarily headquartered its operations at Club 86. Although the club hasn't been charged with gambling activities in the last 2 years, some members still run individual horse bookmaking operations. The key members are Charles Thomas, Merle Yarbrough, Jack Friedlander, Cliff Spikes, and Marty Richman. The Sunny Isles Casino, located in Sunny Isles, is owned by Ike Miller and 3 members of the S&G syndicate from Miami Beach, Charles Friedman, Jules Levitt, and Harold Salvi. This year, George Bowers also became the owner, and some previous members have since left the Island Club, which is also located at the Sunny Isles Casino. The Island Club is operated by Herbert Mannheim, Sam Cohen, Sam Gameboy Miller of Cleveland, and Jack Friedlander. The committee. Did you mention Russell as a member of the S&G syndicate? Mr. Sullivan. Yes, I did. The committee. What were the circumstances that led to Russell becoming a member? Mr. Sullivan. In early February 1943, during the peak of the season, the wire service was suddenly cut off in Miami Beach. Over the next few days, the wire service was also shut off in the rest of South Florida, including Broward, Monroe, and Dade counties. This effectively put organized bookmaking out of business for 10 to 12 days. When the service was eventually restored, Harry Russell was brought in as a partner in the S&G syndicate. The committee. Have you described the operations of the syndicate in Miami to your satisfaction? Mr. Sullivan. I believe so. The major operations I've discussed were based at Club 86. Some operators were also connected with the Teepee, a nightclub and gambling spot located on Southwest 8th Street, which has been running off and on for several years, mostly during the season. The individual members of the syndicate have also been involved in other forms of gambling, such as bolita and numbers of rackets, but usually as individuals. This syndicate also operates under the legal name ABC Co. The committee. What types of gambling were conducted at Club 86? Mr. Sullivan. The usual games, craps, roulette, chuck-a-luck, and birdcage. It's a large gambling establishment. The committee. Do you know where the S&G syndicate gets its wire service today? Mr. Sullivan. No, I don't. The committee. But it did receive wire service during the past winter? Mr. Sullivan. Yes, it did. The committee. But you don't know where the service came from? Mr. Sullivan. No, I don't. Senator Hunt. This morning, Mr. Sullivan, you mentioned observing a significant transfer of telephone equipment from a telephone company truck to a passenger car. Was that transaction reported, or was any action taken regarding it? Mr. Sullivan. Yes, we reported it. The investigators who witnessed it submitted the report to the office of the county solicitor to determine whether there was enough evidence to prosecute. The key issue was whether they could definitively identify the equipment in the car as property of the telephone company. The county solicitor considered conducting further investigations, such as searching the car or bringing the men in for questioning to locate the equipment, but ultimately no further action was taken. Mr. Sullivan explained that the telephone company had been informed about the suspicious activities. Yes, they were apprised of it, he said. In fact, I spoke directly with the officials, and we agreed that the matter would be taken up with the county solicitor's office. And nothing came of it, someone asked. Unfortunately, nothing came of it, he confirmed. The conversation then turned to the scale of the gambling operations. You're probably more familiar with the gambling situation here than anyone else. Could you give us an estimate of how much money is involved in a single season? Mr. Sullivan hesitated. It's difficult to say, but I would estimate that the gross take for the S&G syndicate on Miami Beach alone is between $30 and $40 million a year. Their net earnings are likely somewhere between $4 and $8 million annually. And that doesn't include the gambling houses or other operations? That's right. It doesn't include those. Someone pressed further, asking, can you take a guess as to the total value of all the gambling business here in a season? I would estimate that the remaining gambling in the county doesn't amount to more than what S&G makes, probably somewhere around $8 to $10 million. Mr. Sullivan replied. But what about the broader Miami area? Came the next question. Honestly, I can't say for certain, Sullivan admitted. I'm not familiar enough with all the operations in Broward County, but I know it's a significant amount of money. It could be as much as $25 million, the person suggested. Would you say that's possible? Yes, that's possible, Sullivan agreed. And in Broward County, a large portion of it would go north. In Dade County, many of the gambling concessionaires are from out of state, New York, New Jersey. So their share of the money, about 50%, leaves Florida. The other 50%, which belongs to the syndicate, stays here. But even then, a significant part of that likely leaves as well. They shifted to a broader question. Do you think gambling is an asset to this community? Sullivan shook his head. No, I don't. What about the general public? What do they think? There's definitely a group of people who believe it brings in tourists, he acknowledged. I think the average person doesn't see the harm in placing a small bet. To them, gambling is just a harmless dollar bet. They don't really understand the scale of the operations when they become highly organized and run by syndicates. The conversation then moved to the topic of local finances. Do these gamblers maintain local bank accounts? Someone asked. Yes, many of them do, Sullivan confirmed. Do you think there's any honest record of their winnings for tax purposes? No, it's too easy to take money off the top, he admitted. The chairman then interjected, addressing a different issue. You mentioned earlier that the Miami Crime Commission employs attorneys to prosecute cases. Do the regular prosecuting attorneys in Dade County ever go after these gambling operations? Rarely, Sullivan said. Most significant gambling operations aren't prosecuted. Have you provided information to them? What happens when you do? The operations of these gambling places are well known. It's practically public knowledge that certain gambling establishments are running wide open, he explained. It's not like they're operating in secret. Everyone knows where they are, and different places cater to different types of clienteles. The more upscale places have a wealthier crowd. But what's the local prosecuting attorney doing to shut them down? Someone asked. There hasn't been any substantial action, Sullivan said plainly. No action at all? Not that I'm aware of. And what about the sheriff? What's his responsibility in this? The sheriff has a responsibility to enforce the law, Sullivan replied. It's illegal to operate open gambling places in Florida, right? Yes, it is, Sullivan confirmed. So what does the sheriff do about it? Not much particularly, he admitted. Why not? Don't you give him information about these operations? The information is already out there. Everyone knows about it, Sullivan said. Has the sheriff shut down any of these operations recently? Occasionally, yes. They tend to shut down when something significant happens, he explained. For instance, the governor was here in February. After he went back to Tallahassee, he urged all the sheriffs to enforce the gambling laws, and everything closed down. For how long? They stayed closed for the rest of the season. That was around mid-February. The discussion then turned to possible federal solutions. What kind of federal legislation do you think would help local law enforcement or state prosecutors with the problems you're facing here? Sullivan paused, considering the question. I think, first of all, there needs to be much stricter enforcement of the income tax laws. If the current laws were enforced as they should be, it would put a lot of these people behind bars. There also needs to be some kind of control over the transmission of gambling and racetrack information without making it feel like censorship. And we need to think about how we can regulate the transportation of gambling profits across state lines, as well as how they're invested in other states. He went on, the reality is that a huge amount of money flows into the gambling racket here, and that influences elections. Candidates need massive amounts of money to run for office, and the only people who seem willing to invest are those involved in the rackets. It's very hard for a legitimate businessman to compete. That's why the goodwill of the racket operators becomes so valuable to candidates. Sullivan sighed. I think it's more pronounced here than in other places, simply because of the sheer amount of money involved in gambling. The conversation continued with a reflection on the challenges honest candidates face. I know there are a good number of honest public officials in this area, someone said, referring to earlier points Mr. Sullivan had made. That's right, Sullivan agreed. I don't mean every candidate takes money from the rackets, but if someone is considering running for office, they have to weigh whether they can realistically do so without the financial backing that their competitors, who may accept money from these rackets, will have. As a result of the work of the Crime Commission, and with more officials and citizens becoming aware of the scale of corruption, do you think people are starting to wake up and take responsibility for this problem? Someone asked. I do, Sullivan replied. There's definitely a greater civic consciousness today than there was a year and a half ago. It's much stronger now. Senator Hunt then jumped in. Mr. Sullivan, we've seen evidence that local gamblers have made large and frequent donations to local charities. These organizations seem to accept this blood money without question. Don't you think it would be better for the community if they refuse to take contributions from gamblers? After all, when these gamblers make such contributions, they know exactly what they're doing. They're buying public opinion. Sullivan nodded. That's absolutely true. These donations run into large sums of money. Of course, for gamblers, it's part of public relations and can often be written off as a deductible item. But the effect on the community is significant. These organizations and their members start to see the gamblers as good people, because they're supporting charitable causes. It leaves the public with a false impression of these individuals. He paused before continuing. And, of course, it doesn't stop with charity. A lot of that money is also invested in political candidates, which has a direct effect on the community. Candidates who accept these funds may end up indebted to the wrong people. The conversation then turned to the next witness, S.M. Perkins, an auditor from Coral Gables, who was brought in to discuss financial records. "I'm in the public bookkeeping and income tax business," Perkins explained. "I've been subpoenaed to produce certain records, but I only have documents related to Charles Friedman and his brother Sam, who are connected with the S&G syndicate." "Tell us about your work with Charles Friedman," Perkins was asked. "I keep the nightclub books for him and his personal accounts," Perkins responded. "And what about Sam Friedman?" "He's Charles's brother and business partner, so I do the same for him." Perkins then confirmed that he had brought the relevant books and records with him. "The books are in the back of the room, along with the cancelled checks. I've been working with Charlie and Sam for about 15 years. The chairman inquired about the completeness of the documents. "Mr. Perkins, are these all the books and records you have related to Charles Friedman?" "I believe so," Perkins answered. "These are all the documents I have on Charlie's Inn, their nightclub." The chairman mentioned that they might want to see the 1950 checks as well. Perkins responded, "You can get them in 20 minutes if you need them." "We'll go over them with you tomorrow," the chairman said. Perkins agreed, noting that he had payroll work that afternoon but could bring the documents the next day. Discussion moved to the income tax returns. "Do you have copies of the tax returns and worksheets?" Perkins was asked. "I don't have them with me. The files are with two accountants, Joseph A. Post and Bloomin and Roberts," Perkins explained. The chairman confirmed, "You can get the income tax returns, though?" "Yes. I can bring them tomorrow morning," Perkins replied. The conversation then shifted to Attorney General Richard Irvin, who was called and sworn in. Senator Kefauver greeted him, and they exchanged pleasantries before diving into the matter at hand. "Mr. Irvin, do you have members of your staff with you?" "I have Mr. Gask and Mr. Tony here, and Mr. Horton will be joining us soon. He had a court hearing but will be here shortly," Irvin replied. Senator Kefauver then asked, "As Attorney General of Florida, are you familiar with the race wire service that's been operating in the state for several years?" "Yes, I am," Irvin responded. Mr. Halley chimed in. "You testified about it at a previous hearing, correct?" "Yes, I did," Irvin confirmed. "That was during a subcommittee hearing, and Senator Hunt was present. Since this committee has jurisdiction over organized crime operating through interstate commerce, would you mind explaining Section 550.07 of the Florida statutes regarding campaign contributions?" Halley asked. Irvin explained, "This statute makes it illegal for any racetrack to contribute to the campaign of any political party or candidate for state, county, or municipal office. If it's found that such contributions have been made, the Racing Commission can revoke the track's license or permit." Halley asked, "Is this prohibition limited to racetracks, or does it also apply to individuals connected with racetracks, like officers or stockholders?" "It applies to anyone connected with the track," Irvin clarified. "Is there a penal provision for violations of this statute?" Halley inquired. "I don't believe there's a penal provision," Irvin replied. "The punishment comes in the form of revoking the track's permit." The discussion then moved to Section 365.02, a law related to railroads and regulated utilities. "That's the 1949 law that banned wire service to bookmakers," Irvin explained. "Before that law, the Florida Railroad and Public Utilities Commission had no authority to cancel private or leased wires that were being used for bookmaking purposes. That law really set things in motion to shut down wire service to bookmakers." Irvin added, "It wasn't until people in Miami and others who wanted this bookie bill enacted started pushing for it that state officials, aside from the governor, started seriously considering stepping into local law enforcement matters. We thought it was a local problem for years. Irvin reflected on his own experiences. When I was campaigning, I came down to this community and saw the problem firsthand. We thought it was a local issue, but once the law was put on the books, I was immediately named as a defendant in a lawsuit to have it declared unconstitutional. Fortunately, the Florida Supreme Court upheld the law. Mr. Irvin began by providing a timeline. The Florida Supreme Court upheld the wire service law on December 19, 1949. The legislature had passed the law earlier that year in May. After the court ruling, we worked with the Utilities Commission, and they pointed out that all the contracts for private wire services passed through my office for investigation. It was my duty to review these contracts and determine whether they were legal or illegal. He continued, explaining how his office took action. As part of that responsibility, I set up an investigative division. I appointed Assistant Attorney General Tony, and we brought on Mr. Gaske, who had been an investigator for several past governors. They were tasked with looking into the wire service contracts. Irvin described how shutting down the Western Union service was straightforward. There wasn't much trouble shutting off the wire service provided by Western Union. It was a notorious contract, with around 140 drops in South Florida alone. After the Railroad Commission cancelled the Western Union wire service contract, which was part of the Continental Press Service, and other services like Haggerty Interstate and the News Service, the bookmakers quickly adapted. They switched to using long-distance telephones. He noted, "We believe Continental Press Service is a national wire service. They use any means possible, telephone, telegraph, to get the information. We've started proceedings to cut off the telephones too. It's our duty, and we're doing the best we can, working with local law enforcement, the Crime Commission, and others." Reflecting on his role, Irvin said, "When I ran for office, I didn't fully understand what I was getting into. I thought I'd be in Tallahassee as the state's lawyer, not involved in local law enforcement. This law has opened our eyes. We're in it now, and I commend this committee for recognizing how long these conditions have persisted." He added, "People here don't realize how much the nation is undergoing a moral reawakening, and even though we can't stop all crime, we're making an effort. The newspapers, the Crime Commission, good citizens of Miami, they're all joining this effort, but we need help from the federal government." Addressing federal involvement, Irvin noted, "Some people think it's wrong for the federal government to step into local law enforcement. But the truth is that this wire network and those involved are encroaching on us. We need the federal government's help. I think the bill your committee is working on is good, but I hope it goes further. I wish it could shut off both the rapid results as well as the betting information. I also think legitimate news organizations should help us." He emphasized the need for education, saying, "It's about educating people. Many of our law enforcement officers are honest and dedicated, and they understand that the state, and now the federal government, means business. With the support of federal agencies like the Crime Commission and the FBI, I believe we'll make real progress." The conversation then turned back to the wire service in Miami Beach. "Mr. Irvin," someone asked, "was the wire service discontinued in Miami Beach in early 1949? "It may have been," Irvin replied, "but if it was, it wasn't due to any action from my office or anyone in Tallahassee. The telegraph wire service was cut off in December 1949, but I've heard testimony from Mr. Sullivan suggesting it may have been cut off earlier due to a disagreement among those involved. However, I don't think anyone in my office had anything to do with it. But now," the questioner continued, "you recognize that it's a serious issue, affecting the entire state." "Yes, we do," Irvin confirmed. "Our legislature has recognized this as an evil. The law only passed after 2 scandals. They tried to pass it in 1948, but it didn't go through until 1949, following a bribery scandal that brought everything to light. That played a major role in its passage. Mr. Halley added, "I believe you've stated that bookmaking and gambling are dominated by syndicates, involving people so powerful they can bribe and influence public officials." "That's true," Irvin said firmly. "The profit motive is so enormous that these people naturally protect their investments. If they can bribe or buy someone, they will." At this point, Senator Hunt spoke up, praising Irvin's remarks. "I'd like to compliment the Attorney General for his statement about the effect this racket has on the community's morals and economy. From what I've observed, when a candidate runs for office on a platform of clean law enforcement and sticks to that, they generally win." Irvin nodded. "Senator, I hope so." The chairman asked for clarification. "Mr. Irvin, let me get this straight. Before the passage of the Wire Act, the wire services were operating freely, sending race results out so any bookie could get them without any restraint." "Yes," Irvin confirmed. "And the Wire Act prevents the intrastate use of wire services, correct?" The chairman continued. "That is true," Irvin responded. "After the Act was passed, didn't you face challenges with information being sent to out-of-state locations and then returning via the Continental Wire Service?" the chairman pressed. "We did," Irvin acknowledged. "The information came back." "And did you feel that was beyond your jurisdiction because it was an interstate transaction?" the chairman asked. "Yes, I felt there was nothing we could do about it," Irvin admitted. "There's no way to address that unless we get federal legislation. Even if legitimate news services cooperate and delay the information, anyone can call places like Valdosta, Georgia, or New Orleans, Louisiana, to get the race results from a subscriber on Associated Press or Continental Press lines. This system of obtaining information is so widespread that all it takes is a long-distance call." He elaborated, "In a raid in Jacksonville a few days ago, we found people were calling Minneapolis, Valdosta, Augusta, and Bristol to get race results. You've examined the state's police power to handle these transactions and determined you can't interfere with interstate communications, correct?" the chairman asked. "That's right," Irvin confirmed. The chairman then shifted to the legal challenges against the Wire Act. Who brought the lawsuit to test the constitutionality of the law? Walter Haggerty, John McHenry, a corporation called Interstate News Service, and H.E. Bilson from Radio Program Service, Irvin explained. "How has the telephone company in Florida cooperated with your efforts to stop people from using phones to immediately relay race information?" the chairman asked. Irvin explained, "We're getting better cooperation as we move forward. Initially, they didn't want to provide us with information about the telephones or let us check on phones suspected to be used by bookmakers. But after they saw we were serious, they began allowing us to check toll records and provide information when we identified a phone. They didn't want to get involved in law enforcement, but things have improved in recent months." The chairman followed up, "Can you or your deputies share any examples of strange phone setups near racetracks in Florida?" Assistant Attorney General James Toney took over. "One typical setup was at Sunshine Park, where there was a small shack with a turret on top. The turret had a clear view of the turf board, and the operators used binoculars to read the race results. They had telephone connections in the shack. We found 2 men there who claimed to be employees of Continental Press Service." "Can you provide their names for the record?" the chairman asked. "Yes," Toney replied. "One of them was Alfred Olson." "Please share what you have now, and you can provide the rest later," the chairman instructed. Toney continued, "That location was part of the Continental Wire Circuit before Western Union cancelled its service. We found the fuse box for the wire service there, and similar installations were around Tropical Park, Hialeah, and Gulfstream, where there were drops from the old Continental race wire line. Did you find people working for Continental at those other locations too? The chairman asked. No, we couldn't catch them at the other sites, but they were operating in those areas, Tony said. They had moved their lookouts and set up phone connections in different spots. The chairman thanked Tony and turned to Assistant Attorney General Mallory Horton. Mr. Horton, can you tell us about your knowledge of the wire service changes? Horton explained. Up until December 1949, Western Union operated a circuit connected to the radio program service, based in the Muncie Building in Baltimore, Maryland. This service had a connection with the Intrastate News Service, which originated in Jacksonville, Florida. H.E. Bilson was the manager of radio program service, and their contracts tied them directly to the Florida wire service. He added, when the wire circuits were cut, people who wanted the race information turned to telephones. During our investigation, we found that the drops previously on the Intrastate News Circuit were now calling the same Baltimore group via telephone. McBride, in a case involving Western Union in California, admitted he was a supplier of race information to this group in Baltimore. Horton further explained the nationwide network. There's a clear connection between the radio program service in Baltimore and these bookmakers. In fact, the Florida contacts now call either New Orleans, Baltimore, or Chicago directly. In our investigation, we found numerous direct calls to Continental Press Service in Chicago. Horton concluded, that's what we've uncovered so far, that I believe would be of interest to the committee. Mr. Horton was asked whether he had copies of the contracts and documents relevant to the wire service investigations that could be turned over to the committee. He responded, these are the only copies I have, but I'll be glad to make some copies and furnish them to the committee. The chairman appreciated the offer and then asked, do you, as a specialist in this field, agree with the Attorney General's recommendation that there needs to be federal control over communications to prevent this information from being used for gambling? Horton was firm in his response. Senator, I'm convinced that the federal government must supplement state authority beyond its borders. We have no jurisdiction over calls that cross state lines, and the only way to stop this practice is through federal legislation. The conversation then shifted to W.H. Buddy Gask, an investigator for the Attorney General's office. Mr. Halley began questioning him. Mr. Gask, were you present in court when Dan Sullivan testified? Yes, sir, I was, Gask replied. You may recall that one of the people he testified about was Samuel Bratt, who was involved in operations at the Colonial Inn and Greenacres. Do you know Mr. Bratt? Yes, sir, Gask confirmed. Halley continued, have you had any dealings with him? No, sir, Gask answered, before adding, but I'll be glad to describe my knowledge of Mr. Bratt. He began explaining, about 7 or 8 years ago, I was introduced to Mr. Bratt by his attorney, Senator John E. Matthews from Jacksonville, who is also my senator. It happened in the halls of the legislature in Tallahassee. Since then, I've encountered Mr. Bratt through my work in South Florida, both during my time in the governor's office and more recently in the Attorney General's office. Gask explained further, I've gone to Mr. Bratt for information because I knew he had connections to the wire service. He was always gracious in providing information on people I was checking on. Sometimes he even called me long distance from his home to give me updates. On a few occasions, he would leave messages for me to pass along to his attorney, Senator Matthews. Gask then added a personal note. In 1947, I had the misfortune of developing cancer in my eye, and I spent several months in hospitals. During that time, Mr. Bratt called to check on me and inquired with my wife about how I was doing. Returning to business matters, Gask clarified, I want to make it clear that I've never had any business dealings with Mr. Bratt, just as I haven't had any with Costello, Erickson, or any of the other figures involved in these investigations. My relationship with Mr. Bratt was strictly professional, gathering information from him when necessary. Halley then asked, in early 1950, when you were conducting investigations in the Miami area, were you staying at the El Comodoro Hotel? Yes, sir, Gasker confirmed. And during that time, did you receive a number of telephone calls from Mr. Bratt? I wouldn't say a number, but he did call several times to reach Mr. Tony and myself, Gasker responded. Halley pressed further. Do you recall if Mr. Bratt called as often as 4 times in a single day? I don't recall specifically, but I wouldn't be surprised if he did, Gasker said. Do you remember the subject of those calls? Halley asked. Gasker explained. He was giving us information that we had asked him to check on, specifically about bookmaking in Broward County, where we were working to clean up the area. Halley followed up. Did you make any memoranda or official records of that information? No, sir. I just made notes and kept them in my pocket, Gask admitted. So, you never filed official reports about the information you got from Mr. Bratt? Halley asked. That's correct, Gask said. With no further questions for Gask, the chairman shifted back to Mr. Irvin. Mr. Irvin, there's one more question I'd like to ask. Where does the responsibility for prosecuting criminal violations under state law rest here in Dade and Broward counties? Irvin provided a detailed response. Senator, there's a Supreme Court decision on this from a case brought by my predecessor, Mr. Watson. The court ruled that there's a clear line of demarcation between the duties of the Attorney General and the state attorneys. The state attorneys and county solicitors have the discretion to decide whether or not to prosecute local law violations. They are elected officials, and it's their responsibility to determine if prosecution is warranted based on the facts. He added, Our office assists them when requested. We handle criminal appeals, and if they ask us to brief a legal question, we do it. But we have no control over their discretion to prosecute. The chairman pressed further. So, even if the law is being flagrantly violated, you have no authority to intervene? That's correct, Senator. I cannot override their discretion on whether to prosecute. If we receive a complaint about a local law violation, we refer it to the state attorney or county solicitor and ask them to investigate and decide whether prosecution is appropriate, Irvin explained. Mr. Irvin continued, explaining, We've done what we could regarding this crime situation, Senator, but I don't recall transmitting any specific requests for prosecution to the officials in Broward or Dade County, though we did consult with them about prosecuting these cases. For example, where we made a raid and found someone... The chairman interrupted. Of course, Mr. Irvin. All you need to do is read the newspapers to know what's going on here. That's true, Irvin conceded. Whose responsibility is it to prosecute locally, then? The chairman asked. It's the responsibility of the local prosecution office, Irvin replied. And do you know why it hasn't been done? The chairman pressed. I believe it stems from the local customs here, Irvin explained. There has been a so-called liberal policy in this area, and they didn't want to crack down on certain types of gambling. I suppose much of it grew out of that. At this point, Mr. Horton, another official, stepped in to offer more details. Senator, if I may make an observation on behalf of Attorney General Irvin, Horton said, we have signed affidavits related to the bookmaking operations in Dade and Broward counties. Some of these cases, as far as I know, are under prosecution now. We've brought these violations to the attention of local law enforcement officers, and complaints have been filed. The chairman asked, What complaints have been filed, Mr. Horton? Do you know? Horton responded, Yes, sir. Specifically, a search warrant and arrest warrant were issued against a bookmaking operation at the Saxony Hotel in Miami Beach. That was based on information we obtained through local law enforcement. And the Sheriff's Office of Dade County served the warrant. Arrests and charges were made against those found in the bookmaking establishment. The chairman pushed further. What about the owners of these bookmaking establishments? The big boys like the S&G syndicate and the Ericssons, the ones we've seen on the charts here. They're conspicuous by their absence, Horton admitted. They usually have their lieutenants or employees running the operations, making it difficult to catch them in the act. The chairman asked, does Florida have a conspiracy law making it illegal to conspire to violate a criminal law? Yes, we do, Horton replied. The chairman followed up. If these big operators are putting up the finances, keeping the books, or otherwise supporting the operation, wouldn't that be part of the conspiracy? It would be, if we could get positive evidence of their involvement, Horton said. But as Attorney General Irvin pointed out, the Attorney General's office is hesitant to overstep the authority of local law enforcement unless specifically requested. Frustrated, the chairman noted, it's not particularly our problem, but we've got a truckload of books and records back here. We had no trouble getting them. I want to know why nobody has done anything with them. Mr. Irvin responded, Senator, I don't have the authority to prosecute. I can't come in and take over local cases. Where we've found violations, we've turned everything over to the local law enforcement officers for prosecution. They've cooperated to some extent, but the prosecuting officials tend to wait for the sheriff to work up the case before taking any action. The chairman clarified, it wasn't my intention to lecture anyone about their duty. It's just a matter of inquiry. At this point, Mr. Gasker, the investigator, added his perspective. Senator, may I say a word? The biggest problem we face is what happens after we arrest someone. For instance, we arrested a notorious bookmaker running a gambling house in Hollywood, the Valhalla Club. He had a bookmaking establishment, roulette, and other equipment. When we went to trial in Fort Lauderdale, his lawyer pled nolle contendere without informing the Attorney General's office. The judge fined him $500 without ever hearing the full case. Gask went on. We had a similar case in Jacksonville. Mr. Tony and I raided a big gambling joint, and we made sure to stay with the constable so the suspects wouldn't be tipped off. We arrested 3 notorious bookmakers. But the justice of the peace initially set their bond at $100, even though it's a felony. I went to the justice the next morning and explained how serious the bookmaking law is, and she agreed to raise the bond to $500 apiece. But $500 is nothing to these people. They don't mind posting that kind of bond. The chairman asked, do these people skip their bonds? In many cases, yes, Gasker confirmed. There was one case in Fort Lauderdale where the suspect never showed up for trial. He forfeited the bond, but it was only $100. The chairman concluded, Thank you, Mr. Irvin. Thank you, Mr. Tony. Before moving on, Mr. Tony provided additional information. Senator, the 2 names you asked about were Alfred Olson and Oppenheim. Olson's address is the Miami Flagler Hotel. The chairman confirmed, and you established they were employed by the Continental Press Service of Chicago. That was their statement, Tony replied. Do you have their signed statements? The chairman asked. No, sir, Tony admitted. Mr. Irvin, upon invitation, joined the committee again for further discussion. The chairman turned to a new line of inquiry, asking, Mr. Irvin, we forgot to ask about Florida's laws regarding campaign expenditures for candidates. Specifically, what are the limits for state offices? Irvin responded, Senator, the law that set a ceiling on campaign expenditures was repealed in 1949. So, as of now, there's no limit on the amount of money candidates can spend. The chairman probed further, but the current law still requires a full listing of all contributions, correct? Yes, it does, Irvin confirmed. The chairman inquired about the previous laws. What was the law prior to the repeal in 1949? And Is that law retroactive? Irvin replied, The old law is not retroactive, and those of us who ran in 1948 are still subject to it. The law applied to both primary campaigns and general elections. The chairman wanted more specifics. What were the limits in 1948? Irvin said he wasn't sure of the exact figures, but mentioned, I believe it was $5,000 for certain offices like cabinet officials and maybe $10,000 or $12,000 for the governor. I'll check on that for you. Did the old law require a listing of contributions as well? The chairman asked. Yes, candidates had to file a return listing their contributions with the Secretary of State's office in Tallahassee, Irvin confirmed. Curious about the repeal, the chairman asked, Why was the law repealed? Who was behind it? As I recall, it was sponsored by the House Committee on Elections. The reason given was that people were ignoring the spending limits, making liars out of candidates, and they thought it was hypocritical to keep the law, Irvin explained. The chairman pressed for more details. Who sponsored the bill in the House and Senate? I'll get that information for you, Senator. I'll need to make a call to check, Irvin promised. The chairman also asked, Was there any fight against repealing the law? No, I don't think so. It passed unanimously, Irvin said. Do you know if the governor recommended the repeal? The chairman queried. I don't believe he did, but I can't say for sure, Irvin responded. Finally, the chairman asked, Who is responsible for maintaining the state election records of contributions? That would be R.A. Gray, the Secretary of State, Irvin answered. Senator Hunt then joined the discussion. How long has he been Secretary of State? He asked. He's going into his 20th year, Irvin replied. Next, the committee called R.W. Howden to testify, and Mr. Halley began his questioning. Mr. Howden, what's your address? Halley asked. 1428 Northwest 32nd Street, Howden replied. And where are you currently employed? I'm an investigator with the Equitable Life Assurance Society. I've been there for a year, as of June 16th. Halley asked about Howden's previous work. Where were you employed between 1943 and 1949? I worked for the Dade County Sheriff's Office, Howden said. And under what circumstances did you leave the sheriff's office? I was dissatisfied with the circumstances there, and I had the chance for a better position, Howden explained. Was that better position with Equitable Life Assurance? Halley asked. Yes, sir, Howden confirmed. Halley then turned to Howden's previous roles. What positions did you hold in the Dade County Sheriff's Office? I was in charge of the Identification Bureau from 1945 to 1947, and then I was an assistant homicide investigator, Howden responded. In 1949, were you considering an offer for a job as chief of police somewhere? Halley asked. Yes, sir, at Opa-locka, Florida, Howden replied. The questioning then shifted to a conversation Howden had with Tom Burke, a deputy sheriff involved in the gambling squad. Did you have a conversation with Mr. Burke about your potential job at Opa-locka? Yes, sir, I did, Howden confirmed. Halley asked him to describe the conversation in detail. Howden recounted, It was about 2 weeks before I was supposed to start at Opa-locka. Burke pulled me aside and told me that if I was going to take the job, I should see a man who would take care of any gambling situations or payoffs that might arise. Did he tell you that this man would ensure you got a cut of the gambling at Opa-locka? Halley asked directly. Yes, sir, he did, Howden responded. Halley then asked if there was any further conversation. Howden explained, That was it. He told me the man's name was Red Rainwater. I didn't care about the offer, so I just left it at that. Can you identify Mr. Rainwater? Halley asked. I don't know him personally. I wouldn't recognize him if I saw him, Howden admitted. Mr. Howden was asked if he had a conversation with a man named George Troskoff. He confirmed, "Yes, sir. George Troskoff is a deputy constable in the 1st District of Dade County. I received a telephone call from him one evening. Actually, it was the same day I spoke with Mr. Burke. Troskoff told me he had $200 for me to take a vacation before I went to Opa Loka. I asked him what it was for, and he said that Red Rainwater had sent it. I told him I wasn't interested in anything he had to offer and made it clear that if I took the position of chief of police in Opa Loka, they would know I was the chief." When asked if he ever took the position of chief of police, Howden responded, "No, sir. Before the time came for me to take the job, I accepted the position I currently hold." The questioning continued regarding further conversations with Burke, Troskoff, or Rainwater about the police chief position. Howden said, "I had no further conversations with Rainwater and none with Burke or Troskoff after that." When asked when he last spoke to Tom Burke, Howden recalled, "It was about 2 or 3 weeks ago near the courthouse." He was then asked to recount that conversation. "I met Mr. Burke on the street. We exchanged pleasantries, and I asked him what he thought about the situation developing in the courthouse. He said he wasn't mad at the sheriff, Jimmy Sullivan, but he complained that the sheriff's wife had accused him of walking around with large sums of money. Burke told me that he had turned over amounts like $7,000, $8,000, $10,000, and $11,000 at a time, and that Mrs. Sullivan had signed receipts for the money." "Was he talking about cash?" the committee asked. "Yes, sir," Howden confirmed. The committee pressed further, asking, "Did he say that Mrs. Sullivan signed receipts for this money?" "Yes, sir," Howden confirmed again. Howden was asked if there was any more conversation. He responded, "No, that was about it. We just passed the time of day." The committee then asked if Howden had ever discussed payoff money with Burke. He recalled, "One afternoon, as we were leaving the courthouse, Burke seemed upset. I believe the sheriff had reprimanded him about a new car he had bought. While getting on the elevator, I joked that he'd better be careful, or the crime commission would get after him. Burke responded that he didn't care about the crime commission, that he made his and had taken care of the man with the whiskers, and that the rest could go to the devil." "Did Burke ever explicitly admit to being in on the take?" the committee asked. "In so many words, yes," Howden confirmed. The committee asked, "Was it understood between you that being in on the take meant receiving bribe money from gamblers?" "I think that was pretty general knowledge around the courthouse," Howden said. The committee then asked if there was anything else Howden wanted to share about bribe money or the sheriff's office. "No, sir," he replied. The chairman then clarified, "You were brought here under subpoena, correct?" "Yes, sir," Howden affirmed. "You didn't volunteer to testify?" the chairman asked. "No, sir," Howden responded. "And you've been offered no inducement to testify?" "None whatsoever," Howden stated. The chairman then asked some clarifying questions. "Where is Opaloka located?" "It's about 18 miles from the courthouse, just north of the Miami Naval Air Station," Howden explained. "And it's in Dade County?" "Yes, sir," Howden confirmed. The chairman inquired further, "Who is Red Rainwater?" "He's a local gambler involved in numbers and slot machines," Howden replied. "Does he have a reputation as a well-known gambler?" the chairman asked. "Yes, sir," Howden confirmed. Senator Hunt had no further questions, and the chairman thanked Howden. Next, Tom Burke was sworn in and questioned by Senator Kefauver. Burke confirmed that he had been subpoenaed and understood that he was testifying under oath. Mr. Halley then took over the questioning. "Did you hear the testimony of the last witness, Mr. Howden?" "I did," Burke confirmed. "And you know Mr. Howden from working with him, correct?" "Yes, sir," Burke acknowledged. "Did you work together in the sheriff's office?" "Yes, in the same department," Burke confirmed. Halley asked, "Was Howden attached to your gambling squad?" Now and then he would go out, but that wasn't his principal duty, Burke explained. What was your principal duty in the sheriff's office? Halley asked. I took care of the criminal court of record, served papers, and in the meantime made arrests for operating gambling houses, Burke responded. Halley then asked, Do you want to comment on Mr. Howden's testimony? In other words, it's false, Burke stated. Halley pressed further. Did you have a conversation with Mr. Howden about 2 weeks ago? I did, Burke confirmed. Where did you meet him? Halley asked. Near a parking lot on Northwest 1st Street, just west of the railroad tracks, Burke explained. And what did you two talk about? Halley asked. Burke recounted, We greeted each other and he asked me how I was doing. I told him I was doing all right, and he asked how things were going on the farm. I asked him what he was up to, and he said he was still working for the insurance people. He mentioned he had seen George the Greek, who used to work in the sheriff's office. He told me that when he spoke to George, he was joking around, but George responded that he didn't care what they had on him. Halley continued, Is it true, as alleged by Mr. Howden, that you gave large sums of cash, $7,000, $8,000, $10,000, and $11,000, to Mrs. Jimmy Sullivan? That is false, Burke stated firmly. The questioning of Tom Burke continued, focusing on allegations about payments to the sheriff and gambling activities. Have you ever given any sums of money in cash to Mrs. Jimmy Sullivan? Burke was asked. No, sir, which is false, he replied. Have you ever given any sums of money to Sheriff Jimmy Sullivan? No, sir, which is false, Burke reiterated. The line of questioning then moved to the conversation Burke had with Mr. Howden in 1949 regarding Howden's potential position as chief of police in Opa-locka. Burke admitted, Yes, sir, we had a few words. He told me, Tom, I got a break. I believe I'm going to Opa-locka as chief of police. I said, That's a nice community. Why don't you go out there? Was a man named Red Rainwater mentioned during that conversation? Not by me, Burke stated. Was he mentioned by R.W. Howden? Burke was asked. No, sir, he responded. The questioning then shifted to Red Rainwater. Have you ever read about him in the newspapers? Yes, sir, Burke said. Do you know who he is? I could pick him out of a crowd, yes. I arrested him twice. Was it an error when I first asked if you had heard of Red Rainwater and you said, No, sir? There are two of them, Burke clarified. Which one haven't you heard of? The committee inquired. One I don't know, Burke answered. The committee pressed further, asking, Do you remember telling Howden you would fix him up with a cut of the gambling in Opa-locka? No, sir, I never told him that, Burke responded. The committee continued, What is Red Rainwater's business in Opa-locka? I wouldn't know, sir, Burke replied. Is he in the gambling business? I wouldn't know, sir, Burke answered. Even by reputation? No, sir, Burke said. You arrested him twice, in Miami, correct? Yes, in the city of Miami, Burke confirmed. And what did you arrest him for in Miami? Operating a gambling house, Burke explained. What is his business in Miami? I believe he is in the business of chartering books, Burke said. The conversation returned to Burke's involvement in gambling cases. You saw him operating a gambling establishment on 2 occasions? I didn't see him gambling, but I arrested him, Burke replied. Did you ever tell anybody that you were in on the take? Take of what? Burke asked. A bribe, the committee clarified. No, sir, Burke answered firmly. The committee then asked about Burke's personal finances. When did you enter the sheriff's office? January 1st, 1944, Burke said. What had you been doing previously? Since August 1949, I've been on a farm, Burke explained, adding that he left the sheriff's office in 1949. Did you purchase the farm? The committee asked. Yes, sir, with mortgages, Burke responded. The committee asked about the price. What was the purchase price of the farm? $26,725, Burke answered. How much of that did you pay in cash? I paid $5,000, Burke confirmed. So you operate the farm now? Yes, sir, Burke said, explaining that he works on the farm, planting tomatoes, pears, and mangoes. The committee probed his income from the farm. What was the amount of money you earned on the farm last year? In 1949, I paid $1,069 in income tax, Burke replied. Was that income from the farm? Not all from the farm, no, sir, Burke admitted. What was the remainder of that income? The committee asked. I made about $4,100 from gambling at the Hialeah racetrack, Burke stated. The committee pressed further. What kind of gambling? At the Hialeah racetrack. I went there in January, made a couple of bets and collected, Burke explained. How much did you make from those bets? I got about $2,600 from one bet, Burke said. And you declared these profits on your income tax returns? The committee asked. Yes, sir, Burke confirmed. The committee then questioned whether Burke had ever taken bribe money, but reported it as gambling winnings. Burke denied this, stating, No, sir. They also asked if he had declared racetrack winnings in previous years. Burke responded, Yes, in 1947 and 1948, I declared small amounts, maybe about $900 or $400. The questioning continued, focusing on Burke's finances, assets, and his relationship with Bill Crosby. The committee asked, Have you declared any other racetrack winnings in previous years? No, sir, Burke responded. They pressed further. What did you win the $2,600 on? Burke hesitated. I wouldn't know the horse's name. You go by numbers. You have no idea of the horse's name? They inquired. 3 or 4 horses, Burke replied vaguely. Do you remember the name of the jockey who made that money for you? The committee asked. No, sir, Burke admitted. The committee questioned, Just a complete blank? Yes, sir, Burke confirmed. How often have you won the $2,600 on horse racing? This was the first time, Burke stated. Never before in your life? The committee pressed. No, sir. In fact, I was never much into placing bets on the horses, Burke explained. The committee moved to his property holdings, asking, Do you own any other property in addition to the farm you described? Yes, sir, Burke confirmed. Will you state what it is? I own a home, Burke said. And where is that home? It's located at 2497 21st Terrace in the city of Miami-Dade County, Burke responded. When did you purchase the home? In 1946, Burke said. The committee clarified. That was 2 years after you joined the sheriff's office? Yes, Burke confirmed. And what did you pay for that home? I paid $8,000 down, Burke explained. So you paid $8,000 in cash? The committee asked. Correct, Burke confirmed. And what was the total cost of the home? $11,000, Burke said. Do you own any other property? The committee asked. No, sir, Burke replied. Are you married? Yes, sir, Burke confirmed. Does your wife own any property? No, sir. Do you have any children? No, sir, Burke responded. The committee shifted to his finances, asking, Do you have any bank accounts? In 1949, yes, sir, Burke replied. How much did you have in the bank at the beginning of 1949? Nothing, Burke said. The committee inquired further. Will you state how much you had in the bank during any time in 1949? What was the maximum amount? Probably $3,000, Burke responded. And where did you get that $3,000? From checks from the Grove. Burke explained, referring to his farm. And this was from the sale of fruit? That's correct, Burke confirmed. Up to that point, did you have a bank account? No, sir, Burke admitted. The committee asked, how did you pay for the house when you put $8,000 down? I had saved that money. I'd been in the city of Miami, Dade County, for 30 years and was never out of employment. That was my savings, Burke explained. Where did you keep your savings? In a box? In the house, yes, in a tin box, Burke admitted. The committee pressed further. Where did you keep the $8,000? In the house, Burke reiterated. And where did you keep the $3,000 you used to buy the farm? I didn't make that until 1949, Burke explained. How did you make that $3,000? The committee asked. I had $1,000 from the racetrack and a note for $4,000, which is still pending, Burke said. How did you get the note for $4,000? The committee asked. My sister-in-law loaned me the money, Burke explained. And that was not your money. No, sir, Burke clarified. Did you repay your sister-in-law? The committee inquired. I've repaid her $500 so far, Burke said. And you did that by check? Yes, sir, Burke confirmed. I thought you had no checking account, the committee pressed. That came after August 1949, Burke explained, saying he opened a checking account after receiving profits from his farm. The committee asked, are we to assume that the $8,000 you accumulated to buy your house in 1946 was in cash? Yes, that was in cash. It was my savings, Burke confirmed. The committee then shifted focus to Burke's former employment. What was your salary as a deputy sheriff? When I first started, I earned $300 a month, and when I left, it was $350, Burke replied. And you became a deputy sheriff in 1944? Yes, on the first day of January 1944, Burke confirmed. And what was your occupation prior to becoming a deputy sheriff? I was the manager of the Police Benevolent Association of the City of Miami, Dade County, Burke explained. What was your compensation in that job? The committee asked. I don't recall exactly, but I believe it was around $35 a week, Burke said. The committee continued, how long did it take you to save the $8,000 in cash? About 18 to 20 years, Burke responded. And all that time, you kept the money in a box in your house? Yes, sir, Burke confirmed. The committee asked, do you know a man named Bill Crosby? Yes. I was introduced to Bill Crosby by the sheriff, Jimmy Sullivan. He was an investigator for the governor's office, Burke explained. What did Sheriff Sullivan tell you about Crosby? The sheriff told me, Tom, I want you to take him wherever he wants to go in Dade County, regardless of where it is. And I agreed, Burke said. Was Crosby supposed to investigate something specific, like gambling? That's what we started with, yes. He was investigating gambling, Burke confirmed. The committee asked about Burke's car. What kind of car were you driving at the time? A Chrysler, Burke responded. And how did you pay for it? I traded in my Dodge and paid a little more to the finance man, Burke said. How much did you pay in total for the Chrysler? I don't recall the exact amount, but it was over $2,000, Burke said. This is where our story comes to a close, but only for now. We'll pick Lansky's story up again in a few months in October, when Meyer Lansky himself was summoned to testify before Senator Kefauver's committee. Lansky, ever the master of discretion, kept his testimony brief. And yet, most newspapers barely covered what he had to say. Why? Because before Lansky could speak, it was Virginia Hill who took the stand, and her explosive testimony dominated the headlines. In fact, Hill's presence created such a media frenzy that it overshadowed Lansky entirely, a development that he quietly appreciated. But beneath the surface, Lansky had long viewed Virginia Hill as a dangerous liability. After the murder of her lover, Benjamin Bugsy Siegel, Lansky had considered eliminating Hill, seeing her as a potential threat to the secrecy of the underworld. Yet she slipped through his grasp, escaping to Paris. From there, she wrote letters to Charlie "Lucky" Luciano, who was in exile in Sicily, pleading to avoid testifying in front of the Kefauver committee. Luciano, the mob's elder statesman, persuaded her to go through with the testimony but to stay tight-lipped, offering her access to her hidden funds in Switzerland as an incentive. Her testimony turned out to be a blessing in disguise for Lansky, as it deflected attention away from him. Yet, he never showed gratitude. He deeply disliked Hill, blaming her for Siegel's downfall. When Hill eventually passed away, Lansky didn't shed a tear. She was nothing more than a footnote in his relentless pursuit of power. Now, in 1950, Lansky's focus was squarely on expanding his empire in Havana, Cuba. Within 2 years, he would hold a government position and have diplomatic immunity. He leaned on his alliances with mobsters like Mike Miranda, Frank Costello, Joe Adonis, Joe Zerilli, Joe Profaci, Carlo Gambino, Tommy Lucchese, Joe Barbera, the Ciandra family, Red Levine, Jimmy Blue Eyes, Allo, and Russell Bufalino to solidify his operations there. He had the backing of the Pennsylvania crime family, the Genovese family, Phil Castile, Mo Dalitz, along with Luciano and Frank Costello, and the rising power of the Santo Trafficante Jr., who now led the Trafficante family. Trafficante Jr., more cutthroat than his father, demanded a seat at the table, a new dynamic in the Mafia's control over Havana. This tension hinted at a brewing conflict. Southern Mafia factions, led by figures like Trafficante and Carlos Marcello, eyed Cuba with hungry ambition. They didn't want to play second fiddle to Lansky or answer to Jewish gangsters. They sought their own slice of Havana's lucrative underworld and considered whether the winds of political change could favor them. Behind the scenes, weapons were quietly slipping into the hands of Fidel Castro's rebel forces in the Cuban jungles. Smugglers, including shadowy figures like Jack Ruby, were supplying arms to Castro as his revolution gained momentum. As Batista's regime wavered, the Southern Mafia started thinking ahead. They knew that if Batista fell and someone like Castro rose to power, the power dynamic in Cuba would shift, and perhaps the Southern Mafia could claim the island for themselves. Lansky's Havana empire, his last great holdout, would eventually crumble 9 years later when Castro seized control. Nearly every mobster fled Cuba, but one man stayed behind: Santo Trafficante Jr. Even as Castro's revolution swept the island, Trafficante gambled on maintaining his alliance with the new regime, hoping it would allow him to be the new dominant power player in the new Cuba. His daughter's wedding, scheduled to take place on that very island, was symbolic of the old guard's desperate hope to hold on to their stake in paradise. The stakes had never been higher, and the Mafia's grip on Cuba was slipping. This is where we leave the story for now, but the intrigue, the betrayals, and the shifting alliances will continue to unfold as we delve deeper into this web of organized crime and revolution.